Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, it started with a smell, faint but persistent, like something sour buried in dust. I thought it was mold at first, but when I took off the vent cover, a small object dropped onto the floor. It was a human tooth, yellowed, cracked, and unmistakably real. I reached further inside and pulled out more, a torn shoelace, a ripped button, and a strip of faded cloth stained with something brown. The duct seemed too deep, too intentional, like someone had hidden things there before. I wanted to believe it was just old junk. Then I found a photo. The same vent, fully open, with someone's eye staring out from inside. The photograph was grainy, shot from below looking up. The eye was wide, terrified, bloodshot. The pupil caught a flash of light that made it look almost white. I turned it over and found writing in faded blue ink. She saw everything. My hands started shaking. I dropped the photo and it landed face down on the dusty floor. I had moved into this house 3 months ago. The landlord was eager to rent it, almost too eager. The previous tenant had left suddenly, he said, personal emergency, left most of her things behind. I found clothes still hanging in the closet, dishes in the sink, a half-finished crossword puzzle on the kitchen table. The pen was still uncapped, dried out completely. The tooth felt smooth between my fingers, worn down like someone had been grinding their teeth. I placed it on my palm and studied it under the lamp. There was something carved into the surface, tiny scratches that looked deliberate. When I squinted, I could make out what looked like initials. 2 letters, maybe 3. The scratches were so fine they could have been made with a needle. I called the landlord. His voice sounded different than I remembered, higher-pitched, nervous. He insisted there was nothing unusual about the previous tenant's departure. Family matter, he repeated, had to leave fast. When I mentioned the items in the vent, he went quiet for a long time. Then he asked if I had contacted anyone else about it. Police, neighbors, family. I told him no. He said it was probably best to keep it that way. Old houses collect strange things, he said. Better to just throw it all away and move on. But I couldn't throw it away. That night I spread everything out on my kitchen table. The tooth, the shoelace, the button, the cloth, the photograph. Under the bright kitchen light I noticed something else about the cloth. It wasn't just stained, it was cut. Clean edges like someone had used scissors. The fabric was soft, expensive. Part of a dress maybe, or a nightgown. I went back to the vent with a flashlight. The ductwork extended further than I thought, branching off in different directions. I could see scratches on the metal walls, long gouges like fingernails dragged across the surface. In one corner I found more hair, long, dark strands tangled together. They smelled like shampoo, but underneath was something else, something metallic and sharp. The next morning I knocked on the neighbor's door. An elderly woman answered, her face drawn and tired. She'd lived in the house next door for 40 years, she said, watched families come and go. The previous tenant had been quiet, kept to herself. A young woman worked from home, rarely went out, but near the end she'd been different, paranoid, started leaving lights on all night, would peek through her curtains at every sound. The neighbor's hands trembled as she spoke. She mentioned seeing a man at the house sometimes. Late at night, never the same car. The young woman had asked her once if she'd noticed anyone watching the house, following her. The neighbor had laughed it off then. Now she wished she'd paid more attention. I spent the afternoon searching through the things the previous tenant had left behind. In a dresser drawer I found a journal. The entries started normal, work stress, family drama, weekend plans, but the tone shifted gradually. She wrote about feeling watched, about strange sounds in the walls, about finding her personal items moved when she came home. Someone had been in her house, she was certain. The final entry was different. The handwriting was shaky, urgent. She wrote about discovering a camera in the air vent. Someone had been watching her, recording her. She'd found other things too, proof that he'd been inside her home many times. She was going to the police, she wrote. She had evidence now, real evidence. But there was no police report. I checked. I called the station and asked about any complaints from this address. Nothing. No missing person report either. The previous tenant had simply vanished, leaving behind only her possessions and whatever she'd hidden in the vent. I examined the photograph again. The eye staring up from inside the ductwork looked familiar now. I compared it to a photo I'd found in the woman's bedroom, a selfie tacked to her mirror. Same dark iris, same thick eyelashes. It was her. She'd taken the photo herself, looking up from inside the vent. But why? The landlord called me back that evening. He'd been thinking about our conversation, he said, about the items I'd found. He offered to have them removed professionally, no charge, a cleaning service that specialized in unusual situations. I told him I'd already disposed of everything. He seemed relieved. I hadn't thrown anything away. Instead, I documented everything. Photographs, measurements, notes. I'd even taken samples of the hair and fabric. If the previous tenant had been gathering evidence, I would continue her work. But the more I discovered, the more unsettled I became. The scratches in the vent weren't random, they formed letters. A message carved into the metal with desperate fingers. He knows. The hair wasn't just tangled, it had been cut, hacked off in chunks like someone had been in a hurry. I found myself checking the locks multiple times each night, looking over my shoulder during the day. The house felt different now, like it was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I started noticing things that hadn't been there before. A window screen that was slightly bent, a back door that didn't close quite right, footprints in the soft dirt around the foundation. The tooth began to feel heavier in my pocket. I carried it everywhere now, rolling it between my fingers when I was nervous. The carved initials were clearer now that I knew what to look for. They matched the signature on the previous tenant's lease agreement. I realized I'd been looking at this all wrong. The items in the vent weren't evidence of someone watching her. They were evidence of her watching someone else. The tooth with her initials carved into it. The photograph taken from inside the ductwork. The hair cut from her own head. She'd been documenting something, leaving a trail of breadcrumbs for someone to follow. But documenting what, and why leave it all behind? I started spending more time in the vent system, crawling through the narrow passages with a flashlight. I found more scratches, more messages, dates carved into the metal, times, locations within the house. She'd been tracking someone's movements, mapping their patterns. The landlord's cleaning service arrived the next morning, 2 men in coveralls who didn't ask questions. They went straight to the vent system and began removing everything. When I protested, they showed me a work order signed by the landlord, complete ductwork cleaning and sanitization. They worked quickly, efficiently. By afternoon, the vents were spotless. But they'd missed something, hidden in the very back of the system, behind a joint they couldn't reach without taking apart the entire wall. A small metal box wedged tight against the main support beam. Inside, I found a recording device, still working, still recording. The files went back months, hours of audio captured from inside the walls. I listened to conversations, phone calls, private moments, the previous tenant's voice but also others. A man who spoke in whispers, who knew the house better than he should have, who came and went like he belonged there. In the final recording, I heard her voice one last time. She was talking to someone on the phone, describing what she'd found, the evidence she'd gathered, the proof of what had been happening. She mentioned meeting someone, a safe place to share what she knew. but the recording cut off abruptly mid-sentence. I called the number she'd dialed. It went to a voicemail box that was full, had been full for months. No one was checking messages anymore. Now I understand why the landlord was so eager to rent the house, why he wanted the vents cleaned so thoroughly, why he asked if I'd contacted anyone else about what I'd found. The previous tenant had discovered something she wasn't supposed to know, and now I know it too. I've been carrying her tooth in my pocket for weeks now, feeling the weight of her carved initials against my palm. Tonight I heard footsteps in the attic, slow, deliberate movements across the ceiling above my bedroom, the same pattern she'd documented in her scratched messages. I think I understand now what she was trying to tell me. The eye in the photograph wasn't looking up from inside the vent. It was looking down at whoever was about to climb inside, at whoever was coming to silence her forever. The tooth is still in my pocket, but I wonder whose tooth will they find when they search this house again. Crime 2, I opened the fridge and noticed grooves along the back panel, thin scratches evenly spaced like claw marks except on the inside. I assumed it was damage from moving. But the next day there were more of them, fresh ones deeper. I placed a camera nearby, angled toward the kitchen. That night the footage caught something I can't explain. The door opened on its own. For a moment a pale hand reached out from inside, pressed against the door, then pulled back. When I checked again, the fridge was completely empty. Every item had vanished, but the marks remained. That's what the police report said, word for word. I've read it hundreds of times, each reading making less sense than the last. My predecessor left detailed notes, photographs, witness statements. A case that should have been closed within days stretched into months of dead ends and contradictions. The homeowner had called about a break-in. Nothing stolen, just the strange occurrence with the refrigerator. When officers arrived, they found the kitchen exactly as described. Empty appliance, scratches on the interior walls, security footage showing the impossible. The homeowner seemed genuine, cooperative. No signs of mental distress, no history of false reports. I took over the case when the original detective retired. Standard procedure for unsolved files. What struck me first wasn't the bizarre nature of the incident, but how thoroughly it had been investigated. Every angle explored, every witness interviewed, every piece of evidence catalogued, yet something felt incomplete. The homeowner's neighbor mentioned seeing unfamiliar cars parked outside that week. Different models, different license plates, but always the same pattern. They'd arrive after dark, stay for exactly 2 hours, then leave. The neighbor was certain about the timing because her dog would bark at their arrival and departure, always the same duration. I drove to the house myself. The current residents were different people, unaware of the previous incident. They seemed nervous when I mentioned the case, exchanging glances before answering my questions. The husband claimed they'd never experienced anything unusual. The wife nodded too quickly, her hands fidgeting with her wedding ring. In the basement, I found something my predecessor had missed. A small door behind the water heater, painted the same color as the wall. Inside was a narrow space, just wide enough for a person to crouch. The walls were lined with photographs, not family photos or personal memories. Surveillance shots, people entering and leaving the house upstairs, taken from various angles and distances. The photos were date-stamped, covering a period of several months leading up to the incident. In each image, the subjects appeared unaware they were being watched. Shopping trips, work commutes, social gatherings. Someone had been documenting their lives with methodical precision. I compared the dates with the original police report. The surveillance began exactly 3 weeks before the homeowner called about the refrigerator. The final photo was taken the night before the incident, showing the homeowner returning from work, carrying groceries that would later vanish from the fridge. The basement tenant had access to the entire house. Utility maintenance, the landlord had explained, keys to every room, permission to enter when needed. Background checks had been conducted, references verified, everything appeared legitimate. Yet the tenant had disappeared the day after the police report was filed, leaving no forwarding address. I tracked down the previous tenants of that basement space. 5 different people over 2 years, all with similar stories. They'd rented the room for practical reasons, close to work or school. Each had left suddenly, often in the middle of their lease. When pressed for details, they became evasive, mentioning strange noises from upstairs, unexplained smells, the feeling of being watched. One former tenant agreed to meet me at a coffee shop. She stirred her drink nervously, glancing around as if expecting someone to overhear. She described finding things in her room that didn't belong to her. Personal items from the upstairs residence, a hairbrush, prescription bottles, pieces of mail. She'd assumed they'd fallen through cracks in the floor, but the items were always clean, deliberately placed. The arrangement became clear. The basement provided the perfect observation post. The tenant could monitor the household's routines, document their habits, access their personal space. But for what purpose? The homeowner hadn't been robbed or threatened. No demands were made, no ransom requested. The crime, if it was a crime, seemed to have no motive. I examined the security footage again, frame by frame. The hand reaching from inside the refrigerator lasted exactly 4 seconds. The skin was pale, almost translucent, with distinctive scarring on the knuckles. I'd seen those scars before in the surveillance photos from the basement. They belonged to one of the former tenants, someone who'd lived in the house months before the incident. The tenant's rental application contained false information. The address was a vacant lot, the employer a company that had closed years earlier. But the signature was real, and fingerprints from the basement room matched prints found inside the refrigerator. Someone had been hiding in that appliance, waiting. I contacted the refrigerator manufacturer about the interior scratches. The damage pattern suggested someone had been trapped inside, clawing at the walls. The scratches were made from within, confirmed by the direction of the gouges and the presence of skin cells under the scoring. Someone had been locked inside that space, desperate to escape. The homeowner's story began to unravel. The security camera had been installed weeks before the incident, not as a response to it. The footage showed the same pale hand on multiple occasions, always reaching out from the refrigerator during the homeowner's absence. The final recording was different. This time, the hand was pushing against the door from inside, not pulling back. I confronted the homeowner with the evidence. The nervous laughter, the rehearsed explanations, the way their eyes avoided mine when discussing the timeline. They'd known about the basement tenant, had been collaborating with them, but something had gone wrong. The arrangement had turned into imprisonment. The case file contained one final detail I'd initially overlooked. The homeowner had recently increased their life insurance policy, a significant amount, enough to change someone's circumstances permanently. The beneficiary was listed as a relative I'd never heard mentioned in any of the interviews. I drove back to the house one last time. The current residents were gone, their belongings hastily packed. The basement room was empty, but I could still smell the faint odor of fear and confinement. On the floor, barely visible, were traces of the same scratches I'd seen in the refrigerator. Someone had been kept here, held against their will. The case remains open. The homeowner moved away, leaving no forwarding address. The basement tenant was never found. The person in the refrigerator may still be alive or may have been silenced permanently. I've documented everything, filed my reports, followed every lead. But late at night, when I'm alone in my own kitchen, I sometimes hear scratching sounds from inside my refrigerator. I tell myself it's the ice maker, the compressor, anything rational. I haven't opened the door to check. Some truths are too dangerous to confirm, some investigations too personal to complete. The scratches were real, the hand in the footage was real. Someone was trapped, begging for help in the only way they could. Whether they escaped or were silenced, I may never know. But I understand now why my predecessor retired so suddenly, why the case was passed to me without explanation. Some crimes don't end with arrests or convictions. They end with the knowledge that justice isn't always possible, that some victims remain unnamed, and that sometimes the real criminals are the ones who walk away, leaving others to discover the truth too late to matter. Crime 3, while rearranging boxes in my closet, I found a narrow seam in the back wall. Pressing gently, a panel slid inward, revealing a tight passage. I squeezed through and found myself in a small chamber, bare concrete, no windows. On the floor, a mattress, handcuffs bolted to the wall, and a torn notebook filled with drawings of the same face repeated over and over, each sketch more frantic than the last. I took photos, backed out, and sealed the panel again. But that night it was wide open. And something had scratched my name into the floorboards just outside. The scratches were fresh, deep grooves carved into the wood, still pale where the blade had bitten through the dark stain. I ran my fingers along each letter, feeling the splintered edges catch at my skin. The handwriting was familiar, though I couldn't place it. Not my own, but something about the way the letters curved reminded me of notes I'd seen before. I called the police department and explained what I'd found. The officer who answered seemed disinterested until I mentioned the handcuffs. She asked if I'd touched anything, if I'd disturbed the scene. Her voice carried a weight I didn't understand then. She told me to stay out of the room and that someone would come by to take a look. Detective Martinez arrived the next morning with a camera and latex gloves. She was younger than I'd expected, with tired eyes that seemed to catalog everything without judgment. She photographed the hidden room from every angle, spending extra time on the notebook. When she flipped through the pages, her expression darkened. "Do you recognize this face?" she asked, showing me one of the sketches. The drawing was crude but detailed enough to see the subject clearly. A woman with shoulder-length hair and a small scar above her left eyebrow. Something about her features tugged at my memory, but I couldn't place where I'd seen her before. "I'm not sure," I said. "Maybe. She looks familiar, but I can't remember from where." Martinez bagged the notebook and took samples from the handcuffs. She asked about the previous owner of the house, but I'd bought it from a bank foreclosure. The paperwork only listed corporate entities and legal firms, no individual names, no personal history. "The room was professionally constructed," she said, running her hand along the smooth concrete walls. "This wasn't a weekend project. Someone planned this carefully." After she left, I researched the property records online. The house had changed hands multiple times over the past decade. Most of the transactions were quick sales or foreclosures. No one had stayed long. I found newspaper clippings about a missing person case from several years back, but the details were sparse and the connection unclear. The woman in the sketches had been reported missing by her sister. She disappeared while walking to her car after work, leaving behind her purse and keys. The investigation had stalled when witnesses provided conflicting descriptions of a man they'd seen near the parking lot. Some said he was tall and dark-haired. Others described someone shorter with a limp. The inconsistencies made it impossible to develop a clear suspect profile. I printed out the missing person flyer and compared it to the drawings. The resemblance was undeniable. Same eyes, same nose, same distinctive scar. But the sketches showed her differently than the official photograph. In the drawings, her expression was terrified. Her eyes were wide and desperate in a way that made my chest tight. I called Martinez and told her about the connection. She asked me to bring the flyer to the station. When I arrived, she was waiting with a thick case file spread across her desk. Photos of the hidden room were paperclipped to witness statements and forensic reports I couldn't read from where I sat. "We found traces of blood in the concrete," she said without preamble. "Not enough to determine whose, but enough to know someone was hurt in there." She showed me a lab report filled with technical language I didn't understand. The blood was degraded, too old for DNA analysis, but there were other traces. Fibers from clothing, strands of hair, fingerprints on the handcuffs that were too smudged to be useful. "The notebook is interesting," Martinez continued. "The paper is from a specific manufacturer, and the pencil marks show pressure patterns consistent with someone drawing while under extreme stress. But here's what bothers me." She opened the notebook to a page near the back. The drawings were different here, less frantic, more careful. The woman's face was the same, but the style had changed. The lines were steadier, more confident. "These later drawings were made by someone else," she said. "Different hand entirely. Like someone was copying the earlier sketches, trying to match the style but not quite getting it right." I stared at the page, feeling something cold settle in my stomach. The implications were disturbing. Two people had been in that room. One had drawn the frantic sketches. The other had tried to replicate them, perhaps to confuse investigators or create false evidence. Martinez asked if I'd noticed anyone unusual around the property. Neighbors who seemed too interested in my activities. Delivery drivers who lingered too long. Anyone who might have known about the hidden room. I thought about the real estate agent who'd shown me the house. She'd been nervous during the tour, rushing through rooms and avoiding eye contact. At the closing, she'd mentioned that the previous owner had been eccentric, but hadn't elaborated. When I'd asked for more details, she'd changed the subject. "There's something else," Martinez said, pulling out a manila envelope. "We found this taped under the mattress." Inside was a single photograph, a woman sitting at a kitchen table, unaware she was being watched. The image was taken through a window, probably from outside the house. The woman was the same one from the sketches, but she was alive in this photo. She was reading something, maybe a letter or newspaper, with a cup of coffee steaming beside her. The photograph was intimate in a way that made my skin crawl. Someone had been watching her, learning her routines, planning. The hidden room wasn't random. It was constructed specifically for her. "We're treating this as a potential homicide," Martinez said. "The missing person case is being reopened, but I need you to understand something. Whoever built that room might still be around. They might be watching you now." I left the station with more questions than answers. The drive home felt different. I found myself checking the rearview mirror constantly, looking for cars that might be following me. Every shadow seemed to hide a potential threat. That evening I examined the house more carefully. I looked for other hidden spaces, other secrets the previous owners might have left behind. In the basement I found scratches on the concrete wall, not random marks but deliberate gouges that formed letters. They spelled out help in shaky, desperate strokes. I called Martinez immediately. She arrived with a team of technicians who photographed the basement and took samples from the scratches. They found more blood traces, different from what they'd discovered in the hidden room. Someone else had been held here in the main part of the house. We think there were multiple victims, Martinez explained. The hidden room was for one person specifically. The basement was for others. The investigation expanded. Police interviewed neighbors, former tenants, anyone who might have information about the house's history. Most people remembered nothing unusual, but one elderly woman mentioned seeing lights in the house at odd hours when it was supposed to be empty. Sometimes I'd see someone moving around in there late at night, she said. Figured it was the owner checking on things, but now I'm not so sure. The forensics team found more evidence. Hair samples, fabric fibers, traces of cleaning chemicals that suggested someone had tried to eliminate evidence. But the most disturbing discovery was a collection of photographs hidden in the furnace room. Pictures of different women, all taken without their knowledge, all showing the same pattern of surveillance and stalking. Martinez spread the photographs across her desk like a grim gallery. We think your house was used as a base of operations. Someone was targeting multiple victims, using the hidden room and basement as holding areas. I studied the faces in the photographs. Some were familiar from missing person reports I'd seen online. Others were strangers, but all shared the same haunted expression of people who'd been watched without knowing it. Are any of these women still alive? I asked. Martinez's silence was answer enough. The investigation stalled again when the forensic evidence led to dead ends. The fingerprints in the house belonged to too many people over too many years. The DNA was too degraded to provide useful matches. The photographs had been taken with untraceable cameras. But the notebook from the hidden room continued to bother me. I'd studied the copied sketches until I could see the differences clearly. The second artist had tried to match the original style but had made subtle errors. The way they drew ears was different. The shading technique was inconsistent. I brought this observation to Martinez, who consulted with a handwriting expert. The analysis confirmed what I'd suspected. Two different people had contributed to the notebook. The first had drawn frantically, probably under duress. The second had worked carefully, deliberately trying to replicate the style. This suggests the perpetrator kept the notebook as a trophy, the expert explained. Then later, possibly during a period of psychological stress, they added their own drawings. It's a form of reliving the experience. The psychological profile that emerged was disturbing. Someone who planned meticulously, who derived satisfaction from control and fear. Someone who might still be active, might still be watching. I started noticing things around the neighborhood. A car parked in the same spot for days. Someone walking past the house repeatedly. Small changes in my yard that I couldn't explain. A gate left open that I remembered closing. Tools moved in the garage. Martinez advised me to install security cameras and change the locks, but she also suggested something that chilled me. Have you considered that whoever built that room might have been living in your house periodically, using it as a base when it was empty between sales? The possibility had never occurred to me, but it made sense. The house had been vacant for months before I bought it. Someone with knowledge of its history could have been coming and going without anyone noticing. I hired a security company to sweep the house for hidden cameras or listening devices. They found nothing, but the technician mentioned that the electrical system had been modified recently. Circuits had been added that weren't in the original blueprints. Someone knew what they were doing, he said. This is professional work. The investigation reached a point where the evidence couldn't take it further. Martinez kept the case open, but admitted that without new leads, there was little more they could do. The photographs and notebook had been processed. The blood traces had been analyzed. The hidden room had been thoroughly documented. But I couldn't let it go. The scratches in the basement haunted me. The desperate plea for help carved into concrete. Someone had been trapped in my house, had suffered there, and their story remained untold. I started researching the missing person cases more thoroughly, cross-referencing dates with property records, looking for patterns. What I found disturbed me more than the physical evidence. The disappearances had occurred in clusters, always when the house was between owners. Someone had been using the vacant periods to operate without detection. They'd known the real estate market, had tracked when properties would be empty. But they'd also known something else. They'd known which women to target, how to watch them, how to get close enough to take the photographs. This wasn't random, it was systematic. I called Martinez with my findings. She listened carefully, then asked the question I'd been dreading. Have you considered that the person responsible might be someone connected to the real estate transactions? Someone who would know when the house was empty? The real estate agent's nervous behavior suddenly made more sense. Her reluctance to discuss the property's history, her hurried tour and quick exit at the closing. She'd known about the hidden room, had probably known about the others who'd used the house. But when Martinez contacted the real estate office, they reported that the agent had quit suddenly after my closing. No forwarding address, no explanation, just cleaned out her desk and disappeared. The investigation took on new urgency. If the real estate agent was involved, she might still be active. She might be using other properties, other vacant houses, to continue what had started in my home. Martinez organized a task force to review similar cases in nearby counties. What they found was a pattern of disappearances linked to real estate transactions. Women who'd vanished while house hunting. Others who disappeared shortly after moving to new neighborhoods. But the evidence remained circumstantial. The real estate agent had vanished completely, leaving no trace of where she'd gone or what she might be doing now. I still live in the house, though I've sealed the hidden room permanently. The basement has been converted to a normal storage area. But sometimes, late at night, I hear sounds that don't belong. Footsteps in rooms I know are empty. Doors opening and closing when no one else is there. Martinez tells me it's probably the house settling, old pipes expanding and contracting. But I know better. Someone is still out there, still watching, still planning. The notebook sits in police evidence storage, but I've memorized every sketch. The frantic drawings of a woman who knew she was going to die. The careful copies made by someone who wanted to preserve the memory of what they'd done. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the house, I wonder if I'm being watched too. If someone is taking photographs of me going about my daily routine. If somewhere in another hidden room, another notebook is being filled with drawings of my face. The case remains open, but no one talks about it anymore. The missing women have become statistics in files that gather dust. Their families have stopped calling for updates. The investigation has moved on to newer cases, fresher leads. But I remember the desperate scratches in the basement, the careful handwriting that spelled out my name in the floorboards, the way the hidden panel had been left open as if someone wanted me to find it. As if someone wanted me to know they were still there, still watching, still waiting for the right moment to add another face to their collection of sketches. Crime 4, it was a thrift store find, a painting of a cabin in the woods done in muted oils. But when I tried to reframe it, the canvas tore slightly at the back, revealing dried crimson stains. Curious, I peeled the canvas away. Underneath was another layer hidden. It showed the same cabin, but burning, and in the window a face screaming. I traced the signature, but there was no record of the artist. Then things began appearing in my home. Ash on the windowsill, soot beneath the door, the smell of something burning and faint whispers whenever I got too close to the painting. The blood wasn't paint. I knew that from the moment I scraped a flake onto my fingernail and held it to the light. It had that dull, rust-colored appearance that only comes from something organic, something that was once alive. The stains weren't random either. They formed deliberate patterns around the edges of the hidden canvas, as if someone had pressed their fingers there while the painting was still wet. I started researching the thrift store where I'd bought it. The elderly woman behind the counter remembered the donation clearly, which surprised me. She said it came from an estate sale, brought in by someone who seemed eager to get rid of it. The donor had been nervous, kept glancing at the painting while filling out the paperwork, and left without taking the receipt. The estate sale led me to a property records search. The house had belonged to an artist who lived there for decades before disappearing. Neighbors described him as reclusive, someone who painted obsessively but never sold his work. The strange thing was, when they found his abandoned house, there were dozens of paintings, but all of them were blank canvases, stretched and primed but never touched with paint. I decided to visit the property. The house sat empty, windows boarded up, but the surrounding woods looked exactly like those in the painting. I walked the tree line, searching for the cabin, and found it after following an overgrown path. The structure was intact but weathered, and when I peered through the windows, I could see scorch marks on the interior walls. The local fire department had no record of a fire at that location. Back home, I examined the painting more closely. The hidden layer showed incredible detail. The flames seemed to dance if you looked at them long enough, and the face in the window appeared to shift depending on the angle of the light. I noticed something else. There were actually two faces in the burning cabin, one partially obscured by smoke. The second face was calmer, almost peaceful, as if accepting what was happening. I found myself spending hours staring at the painting, trying to understand what I was seeing. The whispers I'd initially dismissed as imagination became clearer, though I could never quite make out the words. They seemed to come from behind the canvas, as if someone was speaking from within the hidden layer itself. The breakthrough came when I decided to have the blood tested. A friend who worked in forensics owed me a favor and agreed to run the samples discreetly. The results were disturbing. The blood belonged to two different people, and based on the degradation patterns, it was approximately 30 years old. More unsettling was the fact that both samples showed signs of carbon monoxide poisoning at the time of death. I returned to the property records, digging deeper into the history of both the artist's house and the cabin. What I found changed everything. The cabin had been owned by the same artist, used as a studio retreat, but there was an insurance claim filed decades ago, not for fire damage, but for a carbon monoxide leak that had allegedly been repaired. The claim was filed just days before the artist disappeared. The pieces started forming a picture I didn't want to see. The artist had painted the cabin's destruction before it happened, using the blood of his victims to seal the image beneath a peaceful facade. The hidden painting wasn't just art, it was a confession, a record of premeditated murder disguised as an accident. I confronted the reality that I was holding evidence of a crime that had never been investigated. The artist had vanished, leaving behind only blank canvases and this single, horrifying masterpiece. The victims had been forgotten, their deaths unrecorded, their story buried under layers of oil paint and time. But as I prepared to contact the authorities, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. In the corner of the hidden painting, barely visible in the firelight, was a signature. Not the artist's name, but a date, and it was tomorrow's date. The painting wasn't just documenting a past crime, it was predicting a future one. I looked around my own home, noticing for the first time how the ash had been accumulating not just on windowsills, but in perfect circles, like someone had been marking territory. The smell of burning wasn't random, it was strongest near the exits, as if something was testing the air flow, planning the perfect conditions for a fire. The whispers became clear then, and I realized they weren't coming from the painting at all. They were coming from behind me, from someone who had been watching me piece together the truth. Someone who had been waiting for me to understand that I wasn't just the discoverer of this crime, I was meant to be its next victim. The painting had never been abandoned. It had been placed in that thrift store deliberately, waiting for the right person to find it, someone curious enough to dig deeper, someone isolated enough that their disappearance wouldn't be immediately noticed. The artist hadn't vanished 30 years ago. He'd been perfecting his method, using the painting as bait to lure his victims into understanding their own fate before it was too late. As I write this, I can smell the smoke beginning to seep under my door. The ash on my windowsill is warm to the touch now, and I can hear footsteps circling my house. I know I should run, but I'm transfixed by the painting, by the realization that the face in the window, the calm, accepting one, looks exactly like mine. The blood under the frame is fresh now, and I understand that some crimes are never meant to be solved. They're meant to be continued, one victim at a time, one painting at a time, until the truth becomes so buried under layers of deception that it becomes indistinguishable from art itself. Crime 5, the tiles above the tub had hairline fractures, but what unsettled me were the scratches in the porcelain itself, faint at first, but unmistakably carved by hand. They formed a sequence of numbers repeating along the edge, the same 10 digits over and over. I thought it was a prank until I searched the sequence. It matched a missing person case, then another, and another. Each one went cold. I kept scrubbing, hoping it would fade, but every time I drained the tub, the numbers seemed sharper, like something wanted to make sure I didn't forget them. The apartment came furnished when I moved in. The landlord, a woman with silver hair and tired eyes, handed me the keys without much conversation. She mentioned the previous tenant had left suddenly, but people always have their reasons for leaving. I didn't ask questions I should have. The bathroom felt wrong from the first night. Not dirty, actually, it was spotless, too spotless, the kind of clean that makes you wonder what needed to be scrubbed away. The numbers were barely visible then, just faint scratches that could have been anything. Water stains, wear marks, but when I ran my finger along them, they felt deliberate, intentional. I started researching the sequence that weekend, 10 digits, no obvious pattern. The first match appeared on a missing persons database, a case from 2 years ago, a woman who vanished after leaving work, no leads, no suspects. The second match came from a different state, a different year, a man who disappeared while walking his dog. The third was a college student who never came home from a party. All cold cases, all unsolved. I printed the files and spread them across my kitchen table. The faces stared back at me, ordinary people who became statistics. The numbers appeared in different contexts for each case. Sometimes it was a phone number found in their belongings. Sometimes it was written in a notebook. Once it was scratched into the paint of a car door. The pattern made no sense, but it was there. I called the detective who handled the first case. He remembered the number, said it led nowhere. Dead phone line, no registered owner, just another dead end in a case full of them. His voice carried the weariness of someone who'd seen too many families left without answers. That night I filled the tub with bleach and let it sit. The smell burned my throat, but I needed those numbers gone. When I drained it, they were still there, darker now, more defined, as if the bleach had stripped away whatever was hiding them. I started having dreams about the previous tenant. I'd never seen her, but in my dreams she was always in the bathroom, kneeling beside the tub with something sharp in her hand. She would look up at me with hollow eyes and whisper numbers, always the same sequence. The landlord's phone went straight to voicemail when I called. Her mailbox was full. I drove to the address on my lease, but the building was empty. For sale signs plastered across the windows. The real estate agent knew nothing about any landlord with silver hair. I found the previous tenant's name in the building's old directory. She'd lived here for 3 years before disappearing. No forwarding address, no family contacts, no trace of where she'd gone or why she'd left. The neighbors described her as quiet, polite, but distant. She kept to herself, they said, never caused trouble. Just like the others. The realization hit me while I was scrubbing the tub again. The numbers weren't just connected to the missing persons cases, they were the cases. Each sequence carved into the porcelain represented someone who'd vanished, someone who'd become a cold case file gathering dust in a police station. I found more scratches that night, smaller ones hidden under the rim of the tub where the water line usually sits. Different sequences, different cases, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, each one a person who disappeared without explanation. The previous tenant hadn't been collecting information about missing persons. She'd been documenting them, recording them, preserving them in the only way she knew how. But why and where was she now? I spent the next week in the bathroom, carefully cleaning each scratch, documenting every sequence. My fingertips were raw from scrubbing, but I couldn't stop. Each number felt like a responsibility. Someone needed to remember these people. Someone needed to know they existed. The water ran rust-colored that week. The building's pipes were old, the landlord had mentioned, but the rust formed patterns as it swirled down the drain, patterns that looked familiar, patterns that looked like numbers. I found her journal hidden behind the bathroom mirror, pages of research printouts, photographs, all connected to the missing persons cases, all searching for the same thing I was searching for, the connection, the reason, the truth. Her handwriting became erratic toward the end, the entries shorter, more desperate. The last entry was just a single line. They're not missing, they're chosen. I've been living here for 3 months now. The numbers have spread beyond the bathtub. I find them scratched into the window frames, carved into the wooden floor, etched into the bathroom mirror. New sequences appear faster than I can document them. New cases that haven't been reported yet. New people who haven't disappeared yet. But they will. I know because I've started having dreams about them. Not dreams, really, more like visions. I see their faces, their final moments, the last thing they remember before everything goes dark. They're not chosen randomly. There's a pattern, a purpose, a reason. I just haven't figured out what it is yet. The scratches on my fingertips won't heal. They match the ones in the porcelain now. Perfect parallel lines that seem to deepen every time I try to document another case. My handwriting is becoming erratic too, just like hers. I understand now why the previous tenant left suddenly, why she never said goodbye, why she never took her belongings. She didn't leave. She was chosen. The numbers are calling to me now, whispering their sequences in the silence between the dripping faucet and the settling pipes. They want to be remembered. They want to be documented. They want to be preserved. And I'm the only one left to listen. The bathtub is full again. The water is warm. The numbers are waiting. I know what I have to do. Crime 6, I never saw the downstairs tenant. That wasn't unusual, but I never heard anything either. No footsteps, no lights, no mail. One day I walked around the back of the building and noticed something strange. The lower windows had been filled in with concrete, not boarded, sealed. I asked the building manager, but they brushed it off. That night I went back and knocked on the lower door. No answer. But the next morning someone had slipped a note under my door. One word written in shaky handwriting, dig. I returned to the spot and started scraping. What I found wasn't a floor, it was a wall, and something inside was tapping. The concrete was fresh, I realized. My fingernails scraped away fragments that still held moisture. The building manager had lied to me. This wasn't some old renovation. Someone had sealed those windows recently, very recently. The tapping stopped when I stopped scraping, as if whatever was inside could hear me working. I stepped back and stared at the gray surface. The concrete didn't match the building's foundation. It was paler, smoother, applied with urgency rather than skill. Whoever had done this work hadn't cared about aesthetics. They'd cared about containment. That evening I sat on my floor and listened. The silence from below felt different now. Not empty, held. I pressed my ear to the hardwood and waited. Nothing, but when I moved to the kitchen I heard it. A soft scratching sound, rhythmic and deliberate, not random, not accidental. Someone was trying to communicate. I grabbed a hammer from my toolbox and tapped once on the floor. The scratching stopped. Then after a pause it resumed. 3 short scratches, 3 long ones, 3 short ones again. I knew that pattern. Everyone knows that pattern. My hands shook as I tapped back the same sequence. The response came immediately. Frantic scratching now, desperate and continuous. I could hear it moving across the ceiling below me, following my footsteps as I paced. Whatever was down there was alive, aware, and trying to tell me something. I returned to the building manager the next morning. This time I brought photos of the sealed windows. The manager's face went pale when I showed them. They claimed they'd never seen the concrete work before, that it must have been done without permission. But their eyes avoided mine, and their voice carried a tremor that hadn't been there before. I asked about the previous tenant. The manager shuffled through papers, claiming the records were incomplete. They mentioned a woman who'd lived there, someone quiet who'd paid rent through automatic transfers. But when I asked for her name, they said the files had been damaged in a recent water leak. Too convenient, too rehearsed. That night I heard voices through the building's thin walls, not from my neighbors, but from outside. 2 people arguing in hushed tones near the sealed windows. I crept to my own window and peered down. 2 figures stood in the shadows, one gesturing frantically at the concrete. I couldn't make out their words, but their body language spoke of panic and disagreement. One of them was the building manager. I watched them for nearly an hour. They examined the concrete, ran their hands along the sealed edges, and kept looking up at my window. When they finally left, I noticed something they'd dropped. A small plastic bag containing what looked like medication bottles. I waited until dawn to retrieve it. The prescription labels had been partially torn away, but I could make out fragments. A woman's name partially visible. Medications for anxiety, depression, and something else I couldn't identify. The pharmacy stamp was local, dated just weeks before the concrete appeared. I spent the following days researching. Missing persons reports, local news articles, anything that might explain what had happened below me. The police records showed no formal complaints about the building. No missing person reports matched the time frame. But I found something else in the newspaper archives, a brief mention of a woman who'd stopped showing up to her job at a local clinic. Her coworkers had been concerned, but she'd been experiencing personal difficulties, and they'd assumed she'd simply moved away. The description matched what little I'd learned about my downstairs neighbor. I returned to the sealed windows with a crowbar. The concrete was thick, but I managed to chip away a small section near the bottom. The smell that emerged made me gag, not decay, but something else. Stale air, human waste, and something medicinal. I called out softly, asking if anyone could hear me. The response was immediate. Weak tapping, then a voice so faint I almost missed it. Help me. My hands trembled as I worked to widen the hole. The voice came again, clearer now. A woman's voice, dry and desperate. She told me she'd been trapped down there, that someone had sealed her in while she slept. She'd been surviving on water from a broken pipe and whatever food she'd had in her apartment. She was weak, disoriented, and couldn't understand why someone would do this to her. But as I worked, something in her story began to bother me. The medications I'd found suggested serious mental health issues. The building manager's nervousness could have been about liability rather than guilt, and the woman's voice, though weak, carried an odd quality, a rehearsed cadence as if she'd been practicing what to say. I stopped digging and asked her about the note, the one that had been slipped under my door. She claimed she hadn't written it, that she'd been too weak to reach my door from her sealed apartment, but someone had written it, someone who'd wanted me to find her. The more I listened to her speak, the more questions arose. She knew details about my apartment that she shouldn't have been able to know. She mentioned my blue coffee mug, my habit of playing music while I cooked, things someone would only know from watching me. But her windows were sealed. She couldn't have seen anything. I asked her about the prescription bottles. She became agitated, claiming they weren't hers, that someone must have planted them. But she described the medications with too much familiarity, knew their effects too well. She was lying about something, but I couldn't determine what. The building manager appeared behind me as I knelt by the hole. They looked exhausted, defeated. They sat down heavily on the ground and began to speak. The story they told was different from what I'd imagined. The woman below hadn't been trapped. She'd sealed herself in. She'd been experiencing severe paranoid episodes, convinced that people were trying to harm her. She'd mixed the concrete herself, working through several nights to seal her windows and fortify her door. The building manager had tried to intervene, but she'd threatened to call the police if they entered her apartment. They'd been bringing her food and supplies, slipping them through a gap she'd left in the door seal. But something had changed recently. She'd stopped accepting food. She'd begun making accusations, claiming that her neighbors were trying to poison her. The building manager had been trying to figure out how to get her professional help without violating her rights or causing a scene that might traumatize other tenants. The woman below called out to me again, her voice stronger now. She claimed the building manager was lying, that they were part of a conspiracy against her. She begged me to call the police, to have them break down the concrete and rescue her. But her words were becoming increasingly erratic, filled with references to surveillance and plots that made no sense. I sat between them, unsure of what to believe. The building manager produced documents showing their attempts to contact social services, emails expressing concern about the tenants' well-being. But the woman below continued to plead, her voice growing more desperate and confused. The truth, I realized, was probably somewhere between their stories. A woman struggling with mental illness, making choices that seemed rational to her but appeared horrifying to others. A building manager caught between legal obligations and human compassion. And me, an accidental witness to a situation that had no clear villains or heroes. I made the call to emergency services. They arrived with specialized equipment and social workers trained in crisis intervention. As they worked to safely remove the concrete, I listened to the woman's voice grow quieter. She was no longer pleading for rescue. She was asking them to leave her alone. When they finally reached her, she was physically unharmed but severely dehydrated and malnourished. She fought the paramedics, insisting that she was safer in her sealed apartment than in the outside world. She looked at me with eyes that held no recognition, no gratitude, only fear. The building manager was cleared of any wrongdoing. The investigation revealed a complex situation involving mental health, tenant rights, and the limitations of intervention systems. The woman was hospitalized and later moved to a facility where she could receive proper care. But I still hear the tapping sometimes, late at night when the building settles. I know it's just the old pipes and shifting wood, but part of me wonders if she was right to be afraid. If the world outside her sealed apartment really was more dangerous than the prison she'd built for herself. The concrete has been removed, the apartment cleaned and renovated. New tenants moved in last month. They seem happy, normal, unaware of what happened below their feet. I've never told them the story. Some truths are too complex for simple telling. I keep the prescription bottles in my drawer, a reminder that reality is rarely as clear as we'd like it to be. Sometimes protection and imprisonment are the same thing, viewed from different angles. Sometimes the person calling for help is the same person who chose to hide. And sometimes the most frightening thing about a story is that everyone involved believes they're telling the truth. Crime 7, at first I thought the mail carrier made a mistake. The letters were old, yellowed, addressed to people I'd never heard of, but they kept coming, handwritten envelopes, no return address. I opened one. Inside was a photo of a woman standing in front of a lake, and the words "You left me here" scribbled across the back. Another contained a lock of hair. Another, a burned corner of a map. I searched the names online and found obituaries. All victims, all unsolved. When I finally reported it, the mailbox was emptied overnight. Every letter gone, except one. It was addressed to me. The envelope felt different in my hands, heavier. The paper was newer, crisp white against the yellowed stack I'd grown accustomed to finding each morning. My name was written in the same careful cursive that had addressed all the others, but this handwriting seemed steadier, more deliberate. I held it up to the light, searching for any hint of what lay inside. The smell hit me first when I tore it open. Something metallic, sharp, like coins left too long in a pocket. Inside was a single photograph, black and white, showing the view from my kitchen window, the same angle I saw each morning while drinking coffee. The same oak tree, the same fence line, the same neighbor's shed. But in the photo, there was a figure standing beneath the tree. A woman in a pale dress, her face turned away from the camera. I walked to my kitchen window and stared out at the exact spot. The tree was there, gnarled and familiar, but empty. The grass beneath it showed no signs of anyone having stood there recently. Yet the photograph in my hands was undeniably real, the grain of the film distinct and authentic. Over the following days, I began to notice things I'd somehow missed before. The woman who lived 3 houses down always walked past my mailbox at the same time each morning, but now I realized she never looked directly at it. Her eyes would dart away, as if avoiding something she didn't want to see. The elderly man who sat on his porch would stop his gentle rocking whenever the mail truck approached, his knuckles white against the arms of his chair. I started keeping a journal, documenting each letter I'd received before they disappeared. The names, the contents, the details I could remember. The woman by the lake had been found floating face down, her case closed as an apparent suicide despite the family's protests. The lock of hair belonged to a teenager who'd vanished from a parking lot, her body discovered months later in a ravine. The burned map fragment showed a section of forest where a hiker had been found dead, the cause of death listed as exposure, though the weather had been mild. Each case I researched led to the same conclusion: deaths ruled accidental or self-inflicted, investigations that seemed to end too quickly, families left with questions that no one wanted to answer. I began to see a pattern, threads connecting these seemingly unrelated deaths, all occurring within the same geographic area, all involving people who'd somehow crossed paths with the same institutions, the same officials, the same small circle of individuals who kept appearing in the background of each story. The more I dug, the more I realized how many people in my neighborhood had lived here for decades, how many knew more than they were saying. The mail carrier who'd been delivering to these same houses for 20 years, the police officer who'd responded to noise complaints and welfare checks, the local coroner who'd signed off on so many questionable determinations. One evening I found myself standing at my mailbox as the sun set, running my fingers along its edges. The metal was scratched, worn smooth in places by years of hands opening and closing it. I noticed something I'd never seen before: small scratches along the bottom, deliberate marks that looked almost like tally marks, counting something, tracking something. I counted them, 12 marks, 12 letters I'd received before they vanished. That night I heard footsteps on the gravel outside my house, slow, measured steps that paused at my mailbox before continuing down the street. I pressed my face to the window but saw only shadows moving between streetlights. The sound repeated the next night and the next, always the same pattern, always stopping at my mailbox. I decided to wait outside, hidden behind my car, watching. The footsteps came again, and this time I saw her clearly. The woman from 3 houses down, the one who'd always looked away. She stood at my mailbox for long moments, her hand resting on its surface as if she were listening to something. Then she walked away, disappearing into the darkness between houses. The next morning there was a new letter in my mailbox, not addressed to me this time, but to the woman I'd seen. I opened it without hesitation. Inside was a photograph of my house taken from the street, showing a light in my kitchen window. On the back, someone had written, "He's asking questions." I realized then that I wasn't just receiving these letters by accident. I was being watched, studied, perhaps even tested. The letters weren't random messages to the dead. They were communications between the living, people who knew what had really happened to those victims, people who were still here, still active, still covering their tracks. I spent the next week observing my neighbors more carefully. The woman who wouldn't look at my mailbox, the man who stopped rocking when the mail arrived, the police officer who drove through our neighborhood more often than necessary, the mail carrier who'd been here for 20 years, who knew every house, every routine, every secret. When I finally understood what I was seeing, the weight of it settled over me like cold water. These weren't separate crimes committed by strangers. They were connected events orchestrated by people who lived here, who'd been here all along, who turned this quiet neighborhood into their hunting ground. The victims hadn't been random. They'd been chosen, lured, eliminated by people who knew exactly how to make deaths look accidental, how to steer investigations away from the truth, how to keep families quiet and cases closed. The letters weren't confessions or threats. They were proof, evidence being passed between conspirators, documentation of their work. I sit here now, writing this down, knowing that tomorrow my mailbox will be empty again, knowing that someone will come in the night to collect whatever evidence I've tried to preserve, knowing that asking questions in this neighborhood isn't just unwelcome, it's dangerous. The photograph of my house sits on my desk, the warning written on the back now feeling less like a threat and more like a promise. The woman in the pale dress beneath my oak tree wasn't a ghost or a memory. She was another victim, another person who'd asked too many questions, gotten too close to the truth. I can hear footsteps outside again, closer this time, no longer just pausing at my mailbox, but approaching my door. The scratches on my mailbox now make perfect sense. They weren't counting letters, they were counting bodies. And I'm about to become number 13. Crime 8, the mirror was antique, maybe older. I hung it in my hallway without a second thought until I caught something strange in the reflection. Behind me, instead of my living room, there was a different room. Cold tile floor, medical equipment, rusted cabinets. I turned around, just my couch and coffee table. But in the mirror, the scene remained. I started studying it, tracking changes. One night, I saw someone strapped to a table, struggling, then still. When I turned, nothing. But the next morning, the mirror had a crack. Through it, I could see the person again. And this time, they were staring back. I'd bought the mirror from an estate sale. The seller was an elderly woman with trembling hands who kept glancing at it nervously. She mentioned it belonged to her late husband, a doctor who had retired under circumstances she wouldn't discuss. The price was too good to refuse, even though something about her urgency to sell it made my skin crawl. The crack spread wider each day. Through it, I could see more of that sterile room. Surgical instruments lay scattered across metal trays. Some were clean, others stained with something dark. The walls were covered in certificates and diplomas, but the names were too blurry to read. I started taking photos, documenting what I saw. The images came out normal, just my reflection and the hallway behind me. But my eyes saw something else entirely. I researched the mirror's previous owner. Public records showed he'd been a surgeon at a private clinic that closed decades ago. The closure was sudden, following an investigation into patient deaths. No charges were filed, but his medical license was revoked. Neighbors described him as quiet, methodical. They mentioned strange smells coming from his basement, sounds of machinery running through the night. The person in the mirror began to move. Not the violent struggling I'd seen before, but slow, deliberate gestures. They pointed at things in the room, trying to communicate. Their mouth moved, forming words I couldn't hear. I pressed my ear to the glass, feeling the cold surface against my skin. The crack widened, and suddenly I could smell something metallic, antiseptic, mixed with decay. I found the clinic's old records buried in municipal archives. Patient files revealed a pattern of experimental procedures, surgeries performed without proper authorization. The doctor had been testing new techniques, pushing boundaries that medical ethics forbade. Some patients recovered, others didn't. The ones who survived spoke of waking up during operations, feeling everything while unable to move or scream. The mirror showed me more each night. I saw the doctor, a thin man with steady hands and cold eyes. He worked alone, no assistants, no witnesses. The person on the table was conscious, aware, trapped in a body that wouldn't respond to their desperate attempts to escape. The doctor spoke to them as he worked, explaining his theories about consciousness and pain as if they were willing participants in his research. I contacted families of the missing patients. Their stories were similar, loved ones who'd gone for routine procedures and never returned. The doctor claimed they'd left town, started new lives elsewhere, but their bank accounts remained untouched, their belongings left behind. The families had searched, hired investigators, filed reports. Nothing came of it. The person in the mirror grew more agitated. They gestured frantically at a cabinet in the corner of the room. I watched as they struggled against invisible restraints, their face contorted with effort. The crack in the mirror spread to the frame, and I could hear something now, a faint scratching, like fingernails on metal. I broke into the doctor's old house. The current owners were renovating, had gutted most of the interior, but the basement remained untouched. I found the room from the mirror. The surgical table was still there, stained and corroded. The cabinets held jars of preserved tissue, surgical notes written in meticulous handwriting. And behind one cabinet I found them bones, jewelry, personal effects, proof of what had happened in this room. The mirror cracked completely the night I called the police. The reflection shattered into fragments, each piece showing different moments from the doctor's crimes. I saw faces of the victims, their final moments of consciousness before the anesthesia took hold permanently. The doctor had been preserving more than tissue. He'd been collecting experiences, studying the boundary between life and death. The investigation reopened cold cases spanning decades. The doctor had died years ago, taking his secrets with him. But the evidence in his basement told the story his victims never could. Families finally had answers, closure they'd been denied for so long. The private clinic's records were unsealed, revealing a network of corruption that had protected the doctor's work. I kept the broken mirror. Sometimes in the fragments I still see glimpses of that room, but now it's empty, cleaned of its horrors. The surgical table sits abandoned, the instruments gathered dust. The person who'd been trapped there is gone, finally free to move on. The scratching has stopped, replaced by silence. The estate sale woman called me once, months later. She wanted to know if I'd experienced anything unusual with the mirror. Her voice shook as she spoke, admitting she'd seen things too, reflections of her husband's secret work, images of crimes she'd chosen to ignore. She'd known what he was doing but said nothing, paralyzed by fear and complicity. I told her the truth about what I'd discovered. She listened without interrupting, her breathing heavy on the other end of the line. When I finished, she was quiet for a long time. Then she thanked me and hung up. I never heard from her again. The mirror still hangs in my hallway, its cracked surface reflecting only what's really there. But sometimes, when the light hits it just right, I catch a glimpse of something else, a reminder that some secrets refuse to stay buried, that truth has a way of surfacing no matter how deeply it's hidden. The victims found their voice through that broken glass, and justice, however delayed, finally found its way to them. Crime 9, I started noticing things out of place. My seat adjusted, the radio playing songs I didn't recognize, the glove box rifled through. I thought I was losing it until I opened the trunk and found a blanket, an empty water bottle, and a toothbrush. Someone had been sleeping there. I installed a camera on the dashboard aimed at the rear. The footage showed the trunk popping open from the inside, a person crawling out. They moved silently, opened my front door, sat in the driver's seat for hours, then returned to the trunk. And before closing it, they looked directly into the lens and smiled. That smile haunted me, not menacing, not threatening, almost apologetic, like they were saying sorry for the intrusion but couldn't help themselves. I rewound the footage dozens of times, studying their face in the dim glow of the streetlight. Middle-aged, worn features, clothes that had seen better days. They handled my car with an intimacy that made my skin crawl, running their fingers along the steering wheel, adjusting the mirrors, checking the radio stations with practiced ease. I should have called the police immediately. Instead, I found myself watching more footage, becoming obsessed with understanding who this person was and why they had chosen my vehicle as their temporary home. The recordings revealed a routine. They would emerge around the same time each night, spend several hours in the driver's seat, then return to the trunk before dawn. Sometimes they would eat something from a paper bag, always careful to dispose of the trash in a nearby dumpster. Sometimes they would just sit there, motionless, staring through the windshield at nothing. The strangest part was how they seemed to know my schedule. They never emerged when I was around, never left traces I would notice immediately. It was as if they were studying me just as intently as I was studying them. My paranoia grew. I started checking my rearview mirror obsessively, convinced I was being followed. The feeling of being watched became constant, a weight pressing down on my shoulders wherever I went. I decided to confront them. I parked in the usual spot and waited in the shadows across the street, my heart pounding against my ribs. The trunk popped open right on schedule. The person emerged, but this time they didn't head for the driver's seat. They stood beside the car, looking directly at where I was hiding. They raised their hand in a small wave, then walked away into the darkness. I never saw them again, but things in my car continued to change. The radio stations were different. The seat position shifted. Small items disappeared from the glove compartment. I installed more cameras, better ones with night vision and motion sensors. They captured nothing. No mysterious figure, no trunk opening from the inside. Just me, getting in and out of my car, looking increasingly frantic and disheveled. The police officer who finally came to take my report looked at me with barely concealed skepticism. He examined the trunk, found no evidence of forced entry, no fingerprints, no DNA. The blanket and water bottle I had found were gone. Even the camera footage seemed less clear than I remembered. The smile that had once seemed so vivid now appeared distorted, possibly just a trick of light and shadow. My friends suggested I was overworked, stressed, maybe experiencing some kind of breakdown. They pointed out that I had been acting strange lately, muttering about surveillance and invasion of privacy. They reminded me of the time I had forgotten locking my car, how I had misplaced my keys twice in the same week. Maybe I had been sleepwalking, they suggested. Maybe I had been adjusting my own seat, changing my own radio stations, moving my own belongings around without remembering. But I knew what I had seen. I knew someone had been living in my trunk, sharing my space, breathing my air. The violation felt real, tangible, like a bruise that wouldn't heal. I started sleeping in my car some nights, determined to catch them in the act. I would lie in the back seat, perfectly still, waiting for the familiar sound of the trunk opening. It never came. The mechanic who inspected my car found something interesting. The trunk release mechanism had been tampered with, modified in a way that would allow it to be opened from the inside. The work was professional, precise, done by someone who understood automotive systems. But the modification looked old, like it had been there for months, maybe years, since before I had bought the car. I researched the previous owner, a woman who had died in a car accident just weeks before I purchased the vehicle. She had been homeless, living out of her car, moving from place to place to avoid being noticed. The accident report mentioned that she had been sleeping in the vehicle when it was struck by a drunk driver. She had been in the trunk, trying to stay warm on a cold night. The funeral director told me she had no family, no friends who came to claim her belongings. Her few possessions had been stored in a box in the back of the funeral home, waiting for someone to care enough to collect them. I went through that box, looking for answers. Among the items was a small notebook filled with observations about different cars, different parking spots, different people. My license plate number was on the last page, along with notes about my daily routine, my schedule, my habits. She had been watching me before she died, planning to make my car her next temporary home, but she never got the chance to live in my trunk. Someone else had been there instead, someone who knew about the modified release mechanism, who understood her system, who had taken her place in the shadows. I realized then that I might never know who had been living in my car. The person in the footage could have been another homeless individual who had discovered the secret, a friend of the previous owner, or maybe just a figment of my guilt-ridden imagination. The real truth was buried with a woman whose name I had never learned, whose life had ended before our paths could cross. The car sits in my driveway now, unused. I bought a new one, but I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched, that someone is always just out of sight, waiting for the right moment to make themselves at home in my space. Sometimes I think I see movement in the rearview mirror, a shadow that doesn't belong. Sometimes I hear the soft click of a trunk closing in the distance. The smile in the footage still haunts me, not because it was threatening, but because it was so human, so understanding. Like they knew I would eventually figure out that the real invasion had happened long before I ever noticed. The real violation was not that someone had been living in my car, but that I had unknowingly taken the place of someone who had died trying to find shelter in the same space. I still check my new car obsessively, still install cameras, still lie awake wondering if I'm alone. But now I'm not sure if I'm looking for an intruder or hoping to find one. The loneliness of realizing you might be the only person in your own story is somehow worse than discovering you're sharing your space with a stranger. At least when someone was living in my trunk, I knew I wasn't completely alone. Story 10. The motel stood solitary and forgotten, a relic of a bygone era, its faded sign barely visible in the dim twilight. Guests passed through its doors like shadows, their stays fleeting and unremarkable. The receptionist, a man of few words, handed her a worn key with a cautionary glance. "Just avoid the final door on the left," he whispered, his voice barely more than a breath of wind. Intrigue seized her as she ascended the creaking stairs that evening, the musty scent of old carpet lingering in the air. The corridor stretched before her, shrouded in shadows cast by flickering lights. She hesitated before the ominous door, feeling the chill of the handle beneath her fingertips. To the naked eye, it was indistinguishable from the others, blending into the faded wallpaper until she leaned in, listening intently. A soft, rhythmic breath whispered from the other side, a sound both comforting and unsettling in the silence of the night. Detective Morgan Reed awoke with a start, her mind still foggy from sleep as she crossed the threshold marked by yellow tape, a barrier between the mundane world and the darkness within. The metallic tang of blood lingered in the air, a grim herald of the scene before her. The room bore witness to a macabre ballet. A pristine bathroom stood in stark contrast to the chaos that sprawled across the floor. A young woman, her features frozen in eternal surprise, lay lifeless on the floor, a tragic figure in this grim theater of death. Reed knelt beside her, a silent observer amidst the chaos. The forensic technician, his movements precise and detached, captured the scene in a series of clinical snapshots. "This marks the third such tragedy this season," he remarked, his voice hollow with the weight of repetition. "The same pattern, the same signature." Reed nodded, her gaze lingering on the victim's elegant attire, a stark contrast to the squalor of the motel room. The puzzle began to take shape in her mind, a mosaic of fear and desperation. Back at the precinct, Reed pieced together a mosaic of photographs on the board, each image a ghostly echo of the others. 3 women, each a mirror of the next, their lives extinguished in these forgotten corners of the world. The whispers of a predator on the prowl echoed through the halls, a specter haunting the collective consciousness. "The autopsy results are conclusive," announced Detective Hayes, his voice a somber accompaniment to the grim tableau before them. Strangulation, no signs of struggle, no trace of assault. Reed furrowed her brow, the pieces of the puzzle refusing to align in a familiar pattern. This was not the work of a faceless predator, it bore the mark of something more intimate, more personal. Days blurred into nights as the investigation delved deeper into the shadows. Surveillance footage yielded no answers, no clues to pierce the veil of mystery. The victim, Elaine Werner, remained an enigma, a financial analyst with no enemies, no discernible motive for her tragic end. A breakthrough came in the form of a whispered confession from Werner's sister, a man, mysterious and enigmatic, a shadow in her sister's life. Reed pursued this lead, unraveling a web of deceit and desire that led her to Charles Emerson, a man of influence and hidden depths. Emerson's facade crumbled under Reed's relentless gaze, his polished veneer chipped away to reveal a man consumed by fear and desperation. The motel room, the hidden camera, the web of deceit, all threads in a tapestry of his making. In the courtroom, the truth unfolded like a dark flower, its petals stained with the blood of the innocent. Emerson's mask of indifference cracked, revealing the void beneath a soul untouched by remorse or empathy. The media dubbed it the Door on the Left case, a cautionary tale etched into the annals of true crime. But for Reed, the case lingered like a ghost, a shadow that refused to fade. In the quiet moments between cases, she found herself haunted by the memory of that motel hallway, the final door on the left beckoning like a siren's call. The keys to those forgotten rooms remained locked away, silent witnesses to the darkness that lurked behind closed doors. And as she walked the corridors of her own mind, Reed wondered what secrets lay hidden behind the facades of ordinary lives, what darkness whispered from the shadows of the human heart. Story 11, the town hushed its whispers whenever talk turned to the house at the edge of the woods. It stood silent and solitary, its windows like darkened eyes, its porch weary from the weight of time. No one laid claim to its ownership. No one could recall the hands that crafted its walls. Yet when a band of wanderers strayed too near, they stumbled upon a chilling sight, names etched into the wooden siding, carved deep like ancient secrets. And at the very bottom, fresh and untouched, a name that sent shivers through their souls, a name none of them recognized, until one of them, voice quivering, confessed, "That's mine." The call came in under the cover of night, a routine report of trespassing logged by the dispatch. The voice on the other end belonged to Mason Wright, the leader of the hiking expedition who stumbled upon his own name carved into the abandoned dwelling. The responding officers anticipated mere mischief, perhaps the work of youthful hands seeking thrills, but what they encountered defied logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as twilight draped the forest in shadows. Her flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing the weathered facade of the mysterious structure. The names 27 in total etched vertically along the eastern wall. Some nearly faded into obscurity, blending with the aged wood, while others remained stark and fresh, as if carved just moments ago. And at the base, Mason Wright, the incision still glistening with fresh wood shavings. "I've never set foot here before," Mason declared, his breath forming ghostly wisps in the frigid air. "I can't fathom how anyone knew my name." Thus began an inquiry that would unearth chilling truths and cast shadows over the very essence of reality. Background checks on each listed name sent a chill down the spines of the investigative team. Every name corresponded to an individual reported missing over the span of 4 decades. Some cases lay dormant, forgotten by time. Others remained open wounds. Yet a common thread bound them all: the vanished had been solitary hikers lost to the wilderness. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the varying depths, styles, and weathered nuances. The oldest name on the list, Rebecca Hansen, aligned with a decades-old missing persons case, recounting the tale of a young woman who ventured into the forest's embrace and never returned, leaving behind only a lone hiking boot by a babbling brook. Interrogations of Mason yielded consistent denials of any ties to the area beyond his recent journey with college comrades. Their trek had been chosen at random, guided by an online suggestion. His past divulged no link to the other names adorning the enigmatic wall. Attention turned to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, presented snapshots captured during their hike. Upon scrutiny, analysts discerned a disconcerting presence, a blurred figure lurking in the background of multiple images, a tall, slender specter obscured by the foliage. "We encountered no one else on our path," Emily maintained. "We would have remembered." A search of the house's interior unveiled a desolate scene. Dust cloaked every surface, furniture lay in disarray. Yet in the bowels of the basement, a ghastly tableau awaited discovery. Personal effects of the vanished hikers lined wooden shelves with eerie precision. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each accompanied by a name matching those outside. Bloodstains, stubborn remnants of attempts to erase the past, marred the concrete floor, illuminated under ultraviolet scrutiny. As the probe deepened, peculiar occurrences besieged Mason. Whispers in the night, footprints leading to his door but never away, phantoms haunting the periphery of his vision. Protective detail was assigned, yet paranoia gnawed at his sanity. A breakthrough came with unearthing county archives detailing the property's ownership. The residence had belonged to a recluse named Victor Blackwood, a hunter who vanished without a trace, evading official scrutiny. A delve into the surrounding woodland uncovered a network of primitive hunting blinds, concealing a journal chronicling unsettling observations, the shift from hunting wildlife to hunting humans, cataloging prey like trophies. The pursuit of Blackwood spanned jurisdictions, deploying advanced technology in a bid to ensnare the elusive predator. Mason withdrew from reach, his apartment vacant, save for a cryptic message scrawled upon a wall: "The hunter becomes the hunted." Weeks elapsed with no trace of Mason. Then, a chilling revelation unfolded during a secondary sweep of Blackwood's abode, a concealed workshop harboring fresh carvings, tools of woodcraft, and a name yet unmounted. The name mirrored that of the chief forensic technician, absent without explanation. Surveillance tightened around the dwelling, cameras poised to capture any intrusion. Sensors alerted to a presence. One fateful night, a specter, impossibly slender, advancing towards the house with eerie grace. Tactical units closed in, only for the figure to vanish into the night's embrace, leaving behind a void. Today the house remains under vigilant watch. Mason and the technician elude discovery. The saga endures, drawing on fresh resources as similar vanishings plague distant woodlands. The names on the wall linger as a grim legend, unspoken by some, avoided by others. Hikers skirt the house's periphery, fearful that acknowledgement may etch their names into that dread roster, the names unspoken. Story 12. The worn envelope, aged and yellowed, bore a fresh stamp, as if time had paused just days ago. Delicately, the detective unfolded its contents. A single sheet of paper greeted her, the words typed hastily in an uneven script. "I am sorry for what I did." The paper exuded a faint dampness, carrying with it a metallic scent that lingered in the air. It wasn't until her gaze fell upon the reddish smear along the bottom edge that a chill ran down her spine. This was no ordinary ink stain. Detective Sarah Morgan, with practiced precision, placed the ominous letter into an evidence bag, her gloved hands betraying no emotion. The forensics team's analysis confirmed her suspicions. The reddish hue was indeed human blood, a match to the unsolved case of Rebecca Warren, a young journalist brutally murdered in her own home. Rebecca's tragic fate, marked by multiple stab wounds and a missing laptop, had long tormented the department. Her scattered notes hinted at a story that had cost her life. The arrival of the letter, addressed simply to Homicide Division, stirred a dormant investigation. Few fingerprints adorned the paper and envelope, only faint smudges hinting at gloved hands. The postmark, however, breathed life into the cold case. Detective Morgan gathered her team in the dimly lit briefing room, shadows dancing on the walls adorned with haunting crime scene photographs. She affixed the letter's image at the heart of the board, declaring, "This changes everything." Our killer carries the burden of remorse. Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner, contemplated the letter. Or perhaps, he mused, it's a sinister charade, a macabre play to taunt us. Tracing the unique typewriter patterns to a bygone era, the team embarked on a quest through antique shops and collectors' troves. As the investigation unraveled, they delved into Rebecca's world, a world of relentless pursuit of truth, of shadows lurking in corridors of power. Her pursuit of a corrupt family's secrets had led her to a tragic end. Interviews revealed whispers of a mysterious figure trailing her, of secrets too dangerous to uncover. With each passing day, the web of suspicion tightened. A second letter arrived, bearing the same chilling signature, blood and confessions. The tendrils of investigation snaked towards the grand mansion of the deceased patriarch, where the eldest son, Richard, harbored secrets behind polished veneers. His antique typewriters held a sinister tale, a tale of betrayal and silenced truths. The discovery of microscopic fibers led to the youngest daughter, Eleanor, unveiling a web of deceit spun within the family's gilded walls. Richard's downfall came swiftly as hidden chambers revealed damning evidence linking him to Rebecca's demise. The threads of justice entwined Richard and Michael, revealing a pact sealed in whispers and blood money. In the courtroom, the truth unfurled like a dark tapestry. Michael's confession shattered the facade, exposing the sinister pact that had sealed Rebecca's fate. Eleanor's recording, a silent witness to treachery, sealed Richard's fate. The courtroom's hushed whispers bore witness to justice prevailing. As Richard was led away, the weight of guilt hung heavy in the air. Detective Morgan, a silent guardian of justice, approached Rebecca's grieving parents, offering solace in the shadow of loss. The blood-stained letters, haunting relics of a tragedy, found their resting place in the archives, a testament to the fragility of deceit and the relentless pursuit of truth. Rebecca Warren's case, a whispered legend in detective lore, echoed through the halls of justice, a reminder that even the most carefully crafted lies crumble beneath the weight of remorse. In the stillness of the night, the old typewriter whispered tales of justice served, of shadows dispelled by the unwavering light of truth. Story 13. In the forgotten depths of the attic, buried beneath years of clutter, lay an old box, a relic of the house's past. Among the faded Polaroids of birthdays and gatherings, one photo stood out, a photo that sent shivers down Rebecca's spine. The image captured her living room, her familiar surroundings, but with a family she did not recognize. And there, lurking in the shadows, a man stood in the hallway, watching. As Rebecca held the photograph, a sense of unease grew within her. Trembling fingers, vibrating edges the family in the picture, smiling obliviously while danger lingered close by. Descending the creaking wooden steps, she felt the weight of the house, now suffocating in its emptiness. Placing the photo on the kitchen counter under harsh light, the undeniable resemblance to her home unsettled her. Detective Morgan, with his weathered jacket and keen eyes, delved into the mystery. The family in the photo, the Sutherlands, vanished without a trace, leaving behind unanswered questions and an eerie silence. The investigation unveiled a chilling pattern. Families had come and gone from the house, disappearing after a year of residence. The figure in the hallway, captured in the Polaroid, remained a haunting enigma. Beneath the house's surface, hidden beneath layers of concrete, lay the truth. The missing families, perfectly preserved, their stories entwined with the house's dark history. In the attic's secret crawl space, a journal revealed meticulous observations and a foreboding message about Rebecca. The realization dawned upon her the watcher in the shadows had set sights on her. Seeking safety in a hotel, Rebecca found no solace as the night brought eerie phone calls and the mechanical click of a Polaroid camera. The man in the photograph, Samuel Whitfield, continued to evade capture, his presence lingering in the shadows. The house, now a silent witness to its own secrets, stood empty and locked away. Investigators tread cautiously, for the man behind the camera remained at large, his motives unknown. As new families settle into new homes, the legacy of Samuel Whitfield lives on a specter of the past, capturing moments in time, forever watching from the shadows. And those who dare to unveil the truth find themselves ensnared in a chilling game of cat and mouse, where the line between reality and nightmare blurs into darkness. Story 14. The aged library faced its demise, its very existence on the brink of erasure. The workers toiled diligently, nearly completing the task at hand, when a serendipitous misstep led to a remarkable discovery. Amidst the dusty bookshelves, a hidden latch revealed itself to the unsuspecting eyes of one laborer. With a gentle click, the bookshelf swung open, unveiling a clandestine passage that beckoned exploration. The air within was heavy with the weight of time, untouched by human presence for decades. A stark emptiness pervaded the hidden chamber save for a solitary chair anchored to the floor at its center. Etched repeatedly on the walls, a chilling message echoed forth, "I am still here." The construction foreman, sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, swiftly contacted the authorities. What had begun as a routine demolition project now teetered on the precipice of something far darker and enigmatic. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with 2 decades of experience, stood at the threshold of the hidden room. His flashlight pierced the shadows, casting an eerie glow on the cryptic message that adorned the walls. "Secure the area," Walsh commanded the officers, his voice resonating through the confined space. "No one disturbs a thing until the forensics team arrives." The library's history whispered of intrigue and sorrow, a narrative woven with threads of mystery and tragedy. Once owned by the esteemed Harrington family, the library had been gifted to the public following the enigmatic disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. She had vanished without a trace during her final year of college, leaving behind only the haunting echo of her absence. Despite exhaustive searches and inquiries, the truth of her fate remained shrouded in uncertainty. The prevailing conjecture posited that she had fled to forge a new existence, yet her family steadfastly clung to the belief that a more sinister fate had befallen her. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden room, they unearthed traces of hair and fibers embedded in the aged chair. The scratches on the walls bore minute vestiges of blood and skin cells, concealed beneath layers of neglect. Initial examinations hinted at the genetic material belonging to a young female, a revelation that sent shivers down the spines of those assembled. Walsh marshaled his investigative team to delve into the enigmatic past of the Harrington family. A peculiar detail gnawed at his consciousness. The library's donation had coincided eerily with Rebecca's disappearance, a synchronicity that now assumed a chilling significance. Further probing uncovered a disquieting revelation. The bookshelf concealing the hidden chamber had been installed by a contractor exclusively retained by Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the patriarch of the family. Financial records divulged exorbitant payments to the contractor, far surpassing standard renovation expenses. Former library staff, interviewed in the wake of the startling discovery, expressed astonishment at the revelation. None had been privy to the existence of the concealed space, though an elderly librarian recollected Maxwell's proclivity for seclusion in that section of the building after hours. She had presumed his solitary sojourns were merely the actions of an ardent bibliophile seeking solitude amidst the tomes. The investigation deepened as genetic testing confirmed the DNA from the hidden room aligned with samples extracted from Rebecca's hairbrush found in her erstwhile bedroom. The chronology crystallized Rebecca had not absconded, but had been ensnared behind the veil of the bookshelf, potentially by a member of her own kin. Armed with a warrant, the detectives descended upon the Harrington estate, unearthing a leather-bound journal secreted within a concealed compartment of Maxwell's study. The journal chronicled his descent into a perverse fixation on his niece, culminating in a chilling entry. "She threatened to expose me. I could not permit that. The room shall confine her until she comprehends." Confronted with the damning evidence, Maxwell's veneer of composure shattered. "She jeopardized everything," he confessed with chilling detachment. "Rebecca unearthed evidence of my embezzlement from the family foundation. The family's reputation was paramount. I could not countenance her unraveling it." A harrowing tableau emerged from Maxwell's confession. He had enticed Rebecca to the library, subdued her, and imprisoned her within the hidden chamber. His intention had been to detain her until she yielded to his coercion, but fate took a macabre turn. In a bid for freedom, Rebecca had challenged her captivity. The ensuing struggle had culminated in her demise at his hands. "Panic seized me," Maxwell recounted during his confession. "I interred her beneath the chamber's floorboards and sealed her within. Then I bestowed the building to ensure the sanctity of that section remained inviolate." Subterranean scans corroborated the presence of human remains beneath the hidden chamber's flooring. Excavation unveiled Rebecca's skeletal remains, adorned with the silver bracelet gifted to her by her parents on her 20th birthday. The Harrington family bore witness to Maxwell's reckoning, their countenances etched with a tapestry of grief and closure. Rebecca's mother clutched the retrieved bracelet, a poignant relic, the sole remnant that could be interred with her daughter after years of enigmatic absence. The demolition of the library ground to a halt, the hammers and saws silenced by the weight of revelation and remembrance. Community members paid homage at the library's threshold, offering floral tributes to a life truncated prematurely and a truth that had languished in shadow behind a bookshelf. In a poignant twist of fate, Rebecca's poignant plea, "I am still here," scrawled in desperation on the walls, ensured her eternal vigilance, guaranteeing that justice, though delayed, would ultimately find its way into the light. Story 15. It arrived in the mail, wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address. A single brass key worn with time. The homeowner didn't recognize it, but something about it felt familiar. When she slid it into every lock she owned, nothing turned. It wasn't hers. But when she placed it on the coffee table, the old grandfather clock in the hallway let out a single, hollow chime despite having been broken for years. Sarah Miller reported the strange occurrence to authorities after finding the mysterious key. What seemed like an odd mishap soon unraveled into one of the most disturbing criminal investigations the quiet suburban neighborhood had ever witnessed. The responding officer initially dismissed her concerns. A key in the mail, perhaps a mistake, he suggested, but Sarah insisted something felt wrong. The officer reluctantly took the key as evidence, mostly to appease her, placing it in a small evidence bag that would later become central to a sprawling investigation. Detective Robert Harmon received the case file during the morning briefing. A veteran investigator with the Special Victims Unit, he had developed an intuition for cases that would evolve beyond their seemingly innocuous beginnings. The brass key sat on his desk, unremarkable yet somehow unsettling. Background checks revealed Sarah had no criminal history. A retired high school English teacher, widowed, with 2 adult children living across the country. Nothing suspicious in her financial records, phone logs, or social media. She appeared to be exactly what she claimed, an innocent recipient of something strange. The forensic team found no fingerprints on the key besides Sarah's. The envelope yielded nothing except a generic postmark from the regional distribution center. No DNA, no trace evidence. The key itself was a standard Schlage, available at any hardware store, though well worn and at least several years old. The breakthrough came unexpectedly when Detective Harmon decided to run the key's unique bidding pattern through the department database. A cold case from 7 years prior had documented an identical key pattern belonging to a storage unit where investigators had found blood-stained carpet, cutting tools, and photographs of unidentified women. The original investigation had stalled without sufficient evidence to identify a suspect. Harmon pulled the dusty case files. The detective who had worked the case had since retired. The storage unit had been rented under a false identity, paid in cash. Surveillance footage had long been overwritten. The evidence collected had yielded partial DNA samples, but no matches in any criminal database. The photographs recovered from the storage unit showed 5 different women, all appearing unconscious. Only 3 had been identified during the original investigation, all reported missing but never found. Their cases remained open, classified as suspected homicides without bodies. Sarah Miller recognized none of the women when shown the photographs. She grew increasingly anxious as the investigation proceeded, installing new locks and a security system in her home. The question lingered, why had someone sent her this key? Harmon ordered a fresh analysis of the original evidence using newer techniques. The partial DNA sample was expanded and run through genealogical databases. This yielded a distant familial match, a second cousin twice removed from the suspect. Working backward through family trees, investigators narrowed their focus to Harold Jenkins, who had lived 2 streets away from Sarah Miller until moving away approximately 6 years ago. His current whereabouts were unknown. Further investigation revealed Jenkins had been a substitute teacher at the same school where Sarah taught, though they had minimal documented interaction. His employment records showed scattered work history, long unexplained gaps, and frequent relocations. His former residence yielded nothing unusual upon inspection. Neighbors described him as quiet, unremarkable, someone who kept to himself, the common refrain that often follows revelations about predators hiding in plain sight. The big question remained unanswered: why send the key now? Why to Sarah Miller? Harmon theorized it might be a trophy, a warning, or perhaps a macabre invitation. The search for Jenkins intensified. His driver's license hadn't been renewed, no credit card activity, no tax returns. The digital breadcrumbs people typically leave behind were conspicuously absent, suggesting an intentional effort to remain untraceable. The true horror of the case emerged when authorities investigated a small cabin registered to Jenkins' deceased mother. Beneath the weathered wooden floorboards, investigators discovered a concealed room accessible only through a trapdoor. Inside, meticulously organized shelves held dozens of identical brass keys, each with a name and date engraved on a small attached tag. 5 keys corresponded to the women from the photographs. The remaining keys, 27 in total, presented a horrifying implication of additional victims previously unknown to authorities. Buried behind the cabin, forensic teams recovered human remains. The excavation continued for weeks as investigators unearthed multiple bodies in varying states of decomposition. Sarah received round-the-clock protection as the manhunt for Jenkins expanded nationwide. Behavioral analysts suggested the key represented a twisted invitation, Jenkins selecting Sarah as someone to appreciate his work. The press dubbed him the Keymaster, a name that spread rapidly across national headlines. Fear permeated the community as residents questioned how such horror had existed among them undetected. Detection dogs tracked a scent from the cabin into the surrounding wilderness. Search teams combed dense forest areas. Thermal imaging drones scanned terrain too dangerous for ground teams. The manhunt became one of the largest in regional history. A wildlife photographer hiking in remote woods captured an image of someone matching Jenkins' description. The grainy photograph showed a bearded man with hollow eyes carrying a backpack, heading deeper into the wilderness. Authorities closed in on the area, establishing a perimeter. Tactical teams navigated difficult terrain while psychological profilers predicted Jenkins would not surrender. They anticipated he might have prepared for this contingency with hidden supplies and escape routes. The final confrontation occurred when a patrol officer encountered Jenkins attempting to cross a river. Rather than surrender, Jenkins retreated to higher ground, where he barricaded himself in an abandoned fire observation tower. Negotiators attempted communication for hours without response. When tactical teams finally breached the tower, they found Jenkins dead from a self-inflicted wound. Beside his body lay a journal containing detailed accounts of his crimes, alongside a single brass key identical to the one Sarah had received. Inside a waterproof container, investigators discovered additional evidence, including photographs, maps marking burial locations, and personal effects taken from victims, a methodically preserved record of atrocities spanning nearly a decade. The journal's final entry addressed Sarah directly. "You never noticed me, but I noticed everything about you. The key opens nothing because what I wanted to give you cannot be unlocked with metal, only with recognition. Now everyone will remember my name." The subsequent investigation identified 32 victims in total. Families who had spent years wondering about missing loved ones finally received answers, though the closure came with the unbearable weight of confirmed tragedy. Sarah never returned to her home, unable to reconcile the horror that had brushed so close to her ordinary life. The grandfather clock that had mysteriously chimed was examined and found to contain a small wireless receiver Jenkins had been watching, waiting for the moment she received his gift. The case remains one of the most disturbing examples of predatory behavior hiding beneath a veneer of normalcy. Psychological researchers continue studying Jenkins' writings, seeking insights to identify similar offenders before they act. And somewhere in an evidence locker, a collection of brass keys sits in silent testimony to lives cut short, each key opening nothing, yet unlocking a devastating truth about the darkness that sometimes hides behind unremarkable facades. Story 16. The realtor's listing made no mention of a basement. The blueprints held no clue of its existence. Yet beneath the old carpet a hidden door waited, its handle heavy and rusted. It took 3 of them to pry it open, releasing a rush of stale air thick with the scent of damp earth. Descending the steps into darkness, they expected storage but found a solitary chair beneath a swaying light bulb, and on the wall behind it a chilling row of photographs of them. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban property during a winter of early darkness and bare trees. The 2-story structure, with its weathered siding and creaking floors, exuded character and history. Little did they know the depth of history the house held and how violently it would intertwine with their present. Detective Sarah Connors and her partner arrived at the property, the crime scene unit already at work, securing the perimeter with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's voice had trembled over the phone as she described the shocking discovery beneath their living room floor. "We must document everything before anyone else ventures down there," Connors directed, pulling on latex gloves with precision. Camera flashes illuminated the stairwell as the forensic team meticulously captured the scene. The wooden steps groaned underfoot as they descended into the small basement, the walls painted in flat gray. A single chair stood bolted to the floor, beneath the harsh light casting spinning shadows. But it was the wall of photographs that held their gaze, 37 images laid out in chronological order. "These date back nearly 4 weeks, noted Connor's partner, studying the timestamps on the prints. "Look at this one, Mrs. Mercer asleep on the couch, Mr. Mercer at the kitchen table, the kids in their rooms. No signs of forced entry, no stolen items, just a profound invasion of privacy that shattered the family's sense of security." Forensics uncovered multiple fingerprints, mostly belonging to previous owners. The house had changed hands 6 times in a decade, each family residing briefly before selling at decreasing prices. None had mentioned a basement. As they delved into the past, inconsistencies in property records emerged, red flags waving ominously. The breakthrough came with the contractor who had renovated the house years earlier. His denial of the basement's existence sent shivers down their spines. Data extracted from a hidden memory card revealed hundreds more images, a voyeuristic catalog of families' private moments. Audio files recovered from a buried box unveiled intimate conversations, recorded with sophisticated microphones unseen during the initial search. "We must tear out every wall," Connors urged, her voice taut with urgency. Behind the photographs, a passage led to a monitoring station, a chilling testament to Edward Kelvin's obsession with the families who dwelt within his creation. Kelvin, the house's elusive builder, had vanished from public records, his presence solely within the walls he'd crafted. Curled in a crawl space, he spoke of the families as his characters, watched in his private theater. Detached and delusional, he believed himself the guardian of the house, the family's mere transitory tenants in his permanent domain. The families fled, leaving behind memories and possessions. The trial revealed Kelvin's intricate surveillance network, the house a stage for his voyeuristic pursuits. When the jury's verdict fell, Kelvin remained unfazed, lost within the labyrinth of his mind. The property was razed, the families haunted by what had lurked unseen, unheard within their walls. In quiet moments they glanced at vents and fixtures, wondering if they were truly alone, if they ever had been. The violation lingered, a ghostly presence in the spaces they once called home. Story 17, The Enigmatic Echo. She cleared the mist from the mirror, gazing at her reflection. Yet a subtle discord lingered. Her features appeared unchanged, her attire familiar. Still, a disquieting sensation crept in. A flicker at the edge of her vision, a motion not her own. Turning away, the reflection remained motionless, observing. This was the genesis of Rebecca Thorne's enigmatic journey, born from that unsettling moment in her bathroom. What unfolded would baffle investigators and cast a shadow over the community for years to come. Residing alone in a modest apartment in a serene suburban enclave, Rebecca was known to be meticulous, introverted, a woman of solitude who maintained a polite distance from her neighbors. Her occupation as a data analyst in a mid-sized firm dictated her life with routine and precision. There was nothing in her demeanor to suggest that she would become the focal point of one of the most mystifying criminal enigmas of the era. The initial signs seemed trivial. Objects in Rebecca's abode seemed subtly displaced, nothing missing, just rearranged. A coffee mug shifted to another shelf, books shuffled, her toothbrush adrift on the wrong side of the sink. She brushed off these peculiarities as mere lapses, a natural outcome of laboring long hours beneath fluorescent glow, poring over spreadsheets until her sight blurred. Detective Marion Shaw was first informed when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of such disruptions, finally reached out to the authorities. The initial evaluation, no tangible evidence of a crime, possibly a matter for mental health services rather than law enforcement. Shaw documented the report but relegated it to the stack of non-urgent cases. Nothing concrete, Shaw later testified. No signs of forced entry, no missing items, just a woman plagued by a sense of unease in her own dwelling. The pivotal moment arrived with the bathroom mirror incident. During her subsequent contact with the police, Rebecca recounted it in vivid detail how her reflection seemed to move independently, how an unseen presence lingered even in solitude. This time she had proof. A self-installed security camera trained on her entrance. The footage unveiled a revelation that sent shivers down even the most seasoned officers' spines. The grainy video captured Rebecca leaving for work in the morning, followed by an identical figure using a key to enter her abode 20 minutes later. Forensics scrutinized the footage for signs of tampering or manipulation and found none. The intruder mimicked Rebecca's movements, attire, even carrying her distinctive leather bag. Yet the time-stamped workplace footage confirmed that Rebecca had already swiped into her office building across town. "We're facing a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superiors. "Someone who has meticulously studied Miss Thorne and can replicate her with eerie precision." The inquiry escalated. Fingerprints within the apartment matched solely Rebecca's. No foreign DNA surfaced. Neighbors reported routine sightings of Rebecca, nothing out of the ordinary, just her comings and goings as usual. Mrs. Keller, a neighbor, mentioned a peculiar encounter when she greeted Rebecca upon her return one evening, but received no response, an anomaly that raised concern but not alarm. Rebecca commenced documenting the disturbances in a journal. Minor alterations in her dwelling escalated. Food vanished from her fridge without recollection. Her computer displayed searches she hadn't initiated. Most unsettling were the selfies on her phone resembling her yet unfamiliar, with smiles too wide, eyes too intense. "I feel as though I'm losing my mind," she confided to Detective Shaw during their subsequent interaction. Or someone is orchestrating this illusion. The breakthrough materialized when investigators discerned a pattern in the security footage. The doppelganger only breached her domicile when Rebecca departed for specific engagements, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery runs, pre-planned activities with predictable durations. "Someone is intimately familiar with your routine," Shaw expounded. "This isn't random, it's a calculated surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist theorized that they encountered a fixation case, a person fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity, potentially aiming to supplant her entirely. Such instances were infrequent yet documented in psychological annals. The culprit usually endured a psychological rupture and fixated on a target embodying qualities they coveted: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The inquiry narrowed its focus when Rebecca mentioned a former co-worker, Lily Winters, dismissed due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily had closely collaborated with Rebecca, often remarking on their resemblances. Post-dismissal, she sent Rebecca a series of disconcerting emails. "We could be twins," one note conveyed. "At times, I feel more you than you do." Detective Shaw secured a warrant to scour Lily's residence. The findings transformed the case from perplexing to chilling. A chamber in Lily's dwelling had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. The walls adorned with photos, hundreds capturing Rebecca's entrances, outings, social gatherings, all taken unbeknownst to her. A wardrobe in the closet mirrored Rebecca's collection. Cosmetics mirroring Rebecca's preferred brands lined a vanity, accompanied by meticulous notes detailing her gestures, speech patterns, and daily rituals. Most disconcerting were the practice videos where Lily mimicked Rebecca's gait, mannerisms, expressions. The evolution was discernible: initial attempts clumsy and overt, later iterations nearly indistinguishable from the genuine article. "She aspired to be me," whispered Rebecca upon viewing the evidence. "She wasn't merely copying, she was obliterating me." Technicians unearthed advanced tools for key replication and electronic card duplication. Lily had devised an intricate system to monitor Rebecca's movements, including a calendar forecasting her itinerary. What eluded investigators was Lily's endgame. Journals recovered from her abode contained erratic entries, vacillating between first and third person, sometimes mentioning Rebecca as both me and her within the same paragraph. The final entry sent chills down their spines. "Soon there shall be only one of us. The stronger persona shall endure." Upon authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she vanished. Her residence bore signs of hasty abandonment: drawers left ajar, some equipment missing. A nationwide alert was broadcasted. Rebecca was relocated to a secure haven under continuous surveillance. For 3 weeks, all sites linked to her past existence were vigilantly monitored. Lily remained elusive. The saga took its harrowing climax when a security guard at Rebecca's former workplace reported an anomaly. Rebecca had been sighted entering the premises despite being on leave. Surveillance footage confirmed that a figure identical to Rebecca accessed the building using a valid ID card, proceeded to her previous cubicle, and pored over her documents for 40 minutes before exiting. Meanwhile, the real Rebecca, sheltered in a secure sanctuary, could not have been present at the office. The revelation dawned upon them. Lily hadn't fled, she had made her move. She now masqueraded as Rebecca, assimilating into her life while the authentic Rebecca lingered incognito. The case remains officially unresolved. Lily Winters remains at large. Rebecca Thorne forged a new identity in an undisclosed haven, never returning to her former life. Detective Shaw retains a photograph on her desk: 2 women strikingly alike. One is Rebecca Thorne, the other is Lily Winters. She often scrutinizes their features, seeking disparities, the subtle nuances distinguishing one from the other. The truly chilling aspect Shaw imparts to new recruits is not merely resembling someone or sounding like them. It's the fervor to become them, to the extent of erasing oneself in the process. Identity is not just what we exhibit, it's what we safeguard most vigilantly. And at times, we only realize its worth when someone endeavors to pilfer it. Story 18. Renovations always held the promise of uncovering secrets long forgotten. The rustle of old newspapers, the glint of broken trinkets, and the whispers of forgotten photographs were familiar companions to Sarah and Michael as they worked on their Victorian-era home. But one discovery stood out from the rest: a letter, carefully folded beneath the floorboards, waiting to be found. The paper, aged and fragile, bore a message that sent shivers down their spines: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could process the unsettling find, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the empty house, as if in response to the mysterious warning. Detective Alina Reed and her partner arrived to investigate, the exposed floorboards revealing a hidden world beneath. With hands weathered by years of unraveling mysteries, Reed delicately retrieved the note, already tainted by the touch of its unwitting discoverers. As Reed listened to Sarah and Michael recount the chilling sound of the knocks, she sensed a genuine fear in their eyes. Background checks painted a picture of a seemingly ordinary couple, newlyweds with stable lives and no hint of wrongdoing. But the house itself whispered of a darker past, once belonging to the enigmatic Hargrove family. The last resident, Margaret Hargrove, had passed away, leaving behind a legacy of solitude and unanswered questions. Forensic analysis of the note hinted at a tale that had been buried for decades. The handwriting bore the weight of fear and urgency, hinting at a troubled past. Reed delved deeper into the history of the house, unearthing snippets of a life marked by secrets and shadows. The breakthrough came with a whisper from Margaret's sister, a frail voice from a distant memory. "The collector," she murmured, revealing a tale of debts unpaid and a shadowy figure who had come knocking 3 times, a harbinger of doom in the dead of night. Reed's investigation led her to a grim discovery beneath the house, a skeleton wrapped in plastic, a silent witness to a long-buried crime. The remains belonged to Victor Mercer, a man with a dark past as a loan shark and collector for a criminal underworld. His disappearance had left behind a trail of unanswered questions until now. Through Margaret's diaries hidden away in the attic, the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. Franklin Hargrove, tormented by debts and threats, had succumbed to a moment of madness, turning tools meant for creation into instruments of death. The truth lay beneath the floorboards, a haunting reminder of the price paid for deceit and desperation. As the case reached its conclusion, justice was finally served, albeit cold and delayed. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of the house's history, made the decision to sell, leaving behind a legacy of whispers and shadows. The house now stands empty, its renovations frozen in time, a silent witness to a past that refuses to be forgotten. Local rumors speak of ghostly echoes in the night, of 3 distinct knocks that pierce the stillness, a reminder of the secrets that lie buried beneath its walls. Detective Reed closed the case with a heavy heart, knowing that some mysteries defy unraveling, their truths lost to the passage of time. The note, with its cryptic warning, remains a testament to a past filled with darkness and deceit, a story that will forever haunt the halls of the old Victorian home. Story 19. In the quiet of the night, a flicker danced across the baby monitor screen, a fleeting anomaly that caught the mother's attention. She brushed it off as mere interference, a glitch in the technology that often plagued such devices. But then the airwaves crackled with static, and a voice, soft and eerie, whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill ran down her spine, her heartbeat quickening with unease. Hastily, she bolted to her son's room, dread clawing at her chest. To her horror, the crib lay empty, the room still, the window shut tight, and the door securely locked. The only anomaly in the serene nursery was the plush rabbit on the floor, its unblinking black eyes fixed on her in a silent accusation. Rebecca's scream tore through the night, a primal wail of fear and anguish that echoed through the walls. The neighbors, roused by her distress, dialed emergency services, their concern palpable in the silent darkness. When the authorities arrived, they found her cradling the stuffed rabbit, her world shattered into a million fractured pieces. Her infant son, Samuel, a mere 4 months old, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that consumed her very being. The investigation that followed was fraught with confusion and dead ends. No forced entry marred the pristine facade of the home, the security system stubbornly unbroken. The baby monitor footage, upon review, revealed nothing amiss until that chilling voice pierced the silence. How could someone infiltrate a fortified sanctuary, snatch a child, and vanish without a trace, leaving behind only a haunting voice and a stuffed rabbit as silent witnesses to the crime. Suspicions turned towards Rebecca, the grieving mother whose composure seemed unnervingly intact for one who had lost her child. Her husband, Daniel, absent on business during the tragedy, became a shadow cast upon their fractured marriage. Medical records whispered of postpartum struggles, casting a dark shadow over her maternal devotion. The community murmured, casting shadows of doubt and suspicion upon her grief-stricken form. A glimmer of hope emerged in the form of microscopic fibers, foreign and unfamiliar, clinging to the nursery windowsill. These fibers, belonging to a rare climbing rope, hinted at a clandestine entry from the outside world, a world veiled in shadows and deception. Security footage unveiled a figure shrouded in darkness, a phantom flitting between realms unseen, leaving only a trace of a specialized bootprint in the garden's soil as evidence of their intrusion. With the focus shifting, Daniel returned from his journey, his hands bearing the calluses of a climber, a hobby he had taken up in recent times. As the detectives delved deeper, a web of deceit unfurled before them. Financial records painted a grim picture, revealing a life insurance policy taken out on Samuel, a betrayal cloaked in a guise of protection. Phone records whispered of clandestine conversations, secrets woven into the fabric of their shattered lives. The investigation took a sinister turn as Daniel's hidden life unfurled before their eyes. A second family, a hidden past, a web of lies spun with meticulous care. The baby monitor, once a benign guardian, became a tool of deception, its signal hijacked and manipulated to orchestrate a heinous crime. A trail of digital breadcrumbs led the investigators to a basement, where a woman named Elaine cradled Samuel in her arms, her eyes vacant and devoid of remorse. Elaine, a specter from Daniel's past, haunted by loss and longing, had orchestrated the abduction to reclaim what she believed was rightfully hers. As the trial unfolded, the courtroom hushed in anticipation as the enhanced audio from the baby monitor echoed through the chamber, revealing a truth shrouded in darkness. Daniel's cough, a damning echo from the past, placed him at the scene of the crime, a puppet master in a cruel charade. The jury's verdict was swift and resolute. Daniel and Elaine, perpetrators of a twisted plot, received the full weight of justice for their crimes against innocence. Rebecca and Samuel, scarred but resilient, embarked on a journey to rebuild their shattered lives, leaving behind the shadows of the past. The baby monitor, a silent sentinel of truth, stood witness to the darkness that lurked beneath the facade of normalcy, a reminder of the fragility of innocence and the resilience of the human spirit. And as the night enveloped them in its comforting embrace, Rebecca held onto the stuffed rabbit, its glassy eyes a silent testament to the shadows that once haunted their lives, now fading into obscurity as they forged a path towards a new dawn. Story 20. In the attic, they discovered it, hidden beneath a worn blanket. A porcelain doll, fragile and aged, with eyes of painted blue, wide and unwavering. It was a sight unfamiliar to both of them. Initially dismissed as just another neglected relic, a peculiar air settled over them that night. The atmosphere grew heavy, the silence lingering longer than usual. And when morning dawned, the doll had vanished from the attic's shadows, only to reappear at the edge of their bed. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, had acquired the Victorian house at an auction, drawn to its intricate woodwork and enigmatic allure, despite whispers of its troubled past. Their fascination with the history woven into the walls unknowingly entwined them in its narrative. Detective Rachel Winters received the call on a crisp autumn morning. The female victim found in the master bedroom, her body meticulously positioned in an unnatural stance, limbs bent at precise angles, eyes wide in terror, eternally frozen. The male victim, discovered in the hallway, appeared as though he had been fleeing. The scene was pristine, no signs of forced entry, no traces of a struggle beyond the final moments. "The placement is intentional," murmured Detective Winters, her voice soft as she recounted details into her recorder, while crime scene photographers meticulously documented the eerie tableau. "The female victim seems posed, akin to a doll plucked from its display case." The investigation commenced with thorough interrogations of neighbors. An elderly woman recalled glimpsing a shadow flitting behind an upper window during the couple's work hours. Another mentioned hearing childlike laughter emanating from the vacant house in the dead of night. Each testimony added a layer of disquiet to the burgeoning case. Forensic analysis unveiled minuscule fibers throughout the dwelling, vintage cotton and silk, matching materials used in antique doll attire. The fibers were most concentrated around the victims and the attic space. More disconcerting was the absence of evidence. No foreign fingerprints, no intruder DNA, no footprints in the unsettled dust. "It's as though the perpetrator was never physically present," remarked the chief forensic analyst. The inquiry delved into the property's history. Records disclosed a pattern: 3 prior owners had met mysterious ends over 6 decades. Each demise remained a puzzle, with reports citing inexplicable anomalies. One family recounted discovering antique playthings in freshly cleaned rooms. Another documented hearing phantom footsteps in an empty home. Detective Winters unearthed a newspaper clipping from years past. A distinguished doll maker had once resided in a house with his daughter. The child's demise was shrouded in suspicion, the father interrogated but never charged. Before his own demise, he fashioned one final doll, an exact replica of his daughter. The inventory list from Sarah and Michael's acquisition made no mention of such a doll. As Detective Winters delved deeper, a connection emerged among the victims. Each had altered the house, specifically the attic space. Sarah and Michael had initiated renovations prior to their untimely demise, intending to convert the attic into a study. A breakthrough occurred upon discovering aged photographs secreted beneath the attic floorboards. The images depicted the doll maker with his assemblage, one doll standing out mirroring the doll found by Sarah and Michael, as described in initial reports. The doll seemed to shift positions in the photographs, a spectral presence traversing the frames. Infrared scans of the walls unveiled a chilling sight: faint handprints, invisible to the naked eye, trailing from the attic to the master bedroom, alongside an enigmatic residue. Porcelain dust blended with unidentifiable organic matter. The investigation took a turn when Detective Winters interviewed a distant relative of the doll maker. The woman shared family lore of the doll maker, employing unorthodox materials and techniques, purportedly infusing his creations with human elements to animate them. She spoke of rituals to bind spirits to objects, knowledge gleaned during the doll maker's travels. "The most flawless dolls," she whispered, "were never mere playthings." Following this revelation, the investigation hit a standstill. No suspects were identified, and conventional theories failed to align with the evidence. The case lingered, growing cold. Detective Winters opted to retain the doll as evidence, safeguarding it in a secured cabinet at the station. The subsequent morning, officers discovered her office ajar, the cabinet emptied. The detective herself was found at her desk, bewildered but unharmed, with no recollection of the preceding night. Surveillance footage exhibited only static during the mysterious hours. The house was once more auctioned, its grim history overshadowing its architectural grandeur. The new owners encountered an empty attic, save for a neatly folded blanket tucked in a corner. The doll remained elusive, and the deaths of Sarah and Michael joined the roster of unsolved enigmas occasionally whispered about in the precinct's corridors. Some claim to have glimpsed it in storage, though inventory audits never substantiated its presence. Detective Winters retired prematurely, citing personal motives. On her final day, she extracted a lone item from her personal files, a photograph of the dollmaker with his collection. She sealed it in an envelope marked "Never Open" and secured it away. The new owners reported no disturbances, opting to leave the attic undisturbed. Yet on tranquil nights, neighbors would recount seeing a fleeting shadow behind the attic window and hearing the faint laughter of a child. Story 21, the apartment lay silent and untouched for months on end. When the new tenants crossed its threshold, they expected only layers of dust and perhaps a few forgotten relics of the past. Yet one door stood stoically closed, refusing to yield to their gentle nudges. A closet, locked from within, harboring a mystery waiting to be unraveled. With a determined push, the landlord finally broke the barrier, anticipating nothing more than old garments or discarded belongings. But what they discovered within those walls sent a shiver down their spines. Etched into the wood were deep, jagged scratches, a silent testament to a struggle long past. And nestled in the corner, a relic of bygone days, a weathered flip phone, its screen still illuminated by a single unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in the ways of the world's shadows, felt a chill crawl up her spine as she surveyed the scene before her. Not a drop of blood in sight, yet the haunting presence of those desperate marks spoke volumes. "We need forensics now," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured each scratch through the lens of his camera. "And fetch me the records of the previous tenants." The message on the phone held a single ominous sentence: "I know what you did." The landlord, a man of nervous disposition with perpetually clammy hands, divulged that the previous occupant had vanished into thin air, leaving rent unpaid in their wake. A young woman kept to herself, left without a trace about 6 months back, he muttered, his gaze skirting the closet in unease. Forensic analysis unveiled a chilling truth: traces of blood intertwined with the scratch marks, mostly belonging to a single individual presumed to be the missing tenant. Emma Caldwell, aged 28, reported absent from her job when she vanished into the night. However, 2 sets of DNA stood out among the samples, one unidentified, the other belonging to a man supposedly deceased for the past 2 years. "This defies all reason," Shaw murmured as she perused the lab findings. Derek Mercer, a man long declared dead following a tragic accident, now left his genetic imprint on the closet walls, defying the certainty of his demise. Emma's living quarters painted a portrait of a life abruptly halted, letters left unopened, a mug abandoned in the sink, a bed meticulously made. Phone records hinted at a tale untold, a sudden cessation of calls to her sister, and a barrage of unknown numbers in the days leading to her disappearance. Her sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Reed relayed. No name given, just described as intense and private. Surveillance footage captured the silhouette of a man in a baseball cap trailing Emma into her abode one fateful evening, evading the watchful eyes of the cameras. The pieces began to interlock when partial fingerprints belonging to Derek Mercer were discovered on the inner knob of the closet door. He staged his demise, Shaw surmised. But why, and what tie does he hold to Emma? The enigma deepened as the unidentified DNA led to another vanishing case, that of Lynette Porter, missing for 3 long years. Witness accounts placed her in Emma's company on multiple occasions, linking their fates in an intricate web of deception. Through scrutinizing traffic recordings, a car registered under Derek Mercer's mother's name surfaced near Emma's residence, its driver matching his stature. The pursuit culminated in a secluded estate owned by Mercer's kin, where behind fortified cellar doors, Lynette Porter was discovered alive yet skeletal, a mirror image of Emma's harrowing ordeal. "He made me witness," she whispered, her eyes vacant, "said I had to understand the price of defiance." The evidence piled up: journals chronicling Mercer's thirst for dominance, photographs of women resembling Emma and Lynette, and most damning of all, a video capturing Mercer forcing Emma into the confinement of the closet. She thought she could speak of me, his voice echoed in the recording, of our bond, but no one divulges my mysteries. The manhunt for Derek Mercer spanned jurisdictions, his shadow looming large as forensic profilers painted a grim picture of his psyche. Mercer's thirst wasn't for swift death, but for prolonged suffering, relishing in the erosion of hope within confined spaces. Upon his apprehension at a bus terminal, Mercer clutched a new identity and a ticket to a coastal haven. Nestled in his bag a roll of tape, a gleaming blade, and a newspaper clipping chronicling Emma's disappearance. Interrogated, Mercer exuded an eerie tranquility, claiming she'd penned that message herself, longing to be found, yet unworthy of salvation. The trial peeled back the layers of Mercer's elaborate charade, crafting a facsimile of his death with the aid of a homeless man's dental records that mirrored his own. For years he prowled under the radar, preying on women bearing resemblance to his initial victim. Emma's remains eluded discovery, though forensic clues hinted at her final moments spent clawing at unyielding walls. Her parting message a digital plea for justice crafted in the dead of night on Mercer's slumbering phone. The jury swiftly rendered a verdict of guilt on all counts after a mere 4-hour deliberation. As the gavel struck, sealing Mercer's fate with a life sentence devoid of reprieve, a fleeting smile graced his lips, a silent nod to his private rationale. At the sentencing's zenith, Lynette Porter faced her captor with steely resolve. You entombed us in darkness, for it's there your soul resides imprisoned. But as you wither behind bars, I shall bask in the light. The saga reshaped missing person procedures within law enforcement, accentuating relational patterns and scrutinizing rental histories. Detective Shaw preserved the closet's door from Emma's dwelling as a stark reminder that not all crime scenes reek of blood, but some whisper of a valiant struggle for survival, etched in desperate marks. Story 22. The old apartment held its secrets within its walls, pipes groaning, floorboards creaking, telling tales of years past. Yet the new tenant, Sarah, sensed a different presence lingering in the shadows. The footsteps above, too steady, too deliberate, echoed through the silence of the night. Strangely, they seemed to come from a floor that didn't exist in her building. One night, curiosity pushed Sarah to tap the ceiling with a broomstick. The footsteps halted abruptly, plunging the space into an eerie stillness. Then, a single knock, muffled and mysterious, responded from within the ceiling itself. Sarah kept the strange incident to herself, attributing it to the settling of the old building, or perhaps a small creature seeking refuge in the attic. Despite the unexplained footsteps continuing their nightly dance above her, she adapted, drowning out the unsettling sounds with the blare of the television or the solace of headphones as she drifted into restless sleep. Detective Morris was drawn into the enigma when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a hidden passage while repairing a leak near Sarah's apartment. Behind a section of removed drywall lay a secret crawlspace, a clandestine realm unbeknownst to the building's blueprints. Inside, a makeshift living space unfolded under the beam of the flashlight, an unsettling collage of everyday items, a blanket, food remnants, and a worn notebook. The notebook, a window into obsession, detailed Sarah's every move, her routines, her habits, her life laid bare in meticulous notes. The writing, once neat, spiraled into chaos with cryptic symbols dancing on the edges. The subject ignores me now, the final entry lamented. No one ignores me. Forensic teams delved into the hidden passages, uncovering a labyrinth of interconnected tunnels snaking through the building's structure, a network with a sinister purpose. These tunnels led to multiple apartments but converged in one place, Sarah's sanctuary. Interviews with current residents unveiled no anomalies, just the hum of everyday life. Yet former tenants whispered of a sense of unease, of unseen eyes watching their every move, driving them away in fear, their stories lost to the shadows. A breakthrough emerged when forensic analysis revealed traces of blood, a grim link to a vanished former resident, Martin Weaver. His disappearance, shrouded in mystery, tied him to the apartment below Sarah's, where a quiet man named Edward had dwelled before vanishing without a trace. Detective Morris unraveled the threads of Edward's past, a solitary figure drifting through apartment buildings, leaving only whispers in his wake. A remote cabin divulged his secrets, maps of buildings, journals of surveillance, a macabre collection of missing souls. As the cadaver dogs unearthed the chilling truth hidden in the earth, Sarah's apartment echoed with a haunting silence, a void where once footsteps roamed. A new notebook surfaced, bearing a warning of a new nest, a new realm beyond reach. The hunt for Edward, now known as Edward Mercer, a phantom of the shadows, continued, his legacy of fear stretching across state lines. Detective Morris, haunted by the specter of Sarah's vanished presence, pondered the stillness of his own home, wondering if unseen eyes followed his every move, a silent echo of the past. In the darkness of the night, as Detective Morris gazes upward, listening to the whispers of the walls, he contemplates the mysteries that linger in the shadows, the stories untold, and the chilling thought that perhaps, somewhere beyond, another unsuspecting soul awaits the footsteps that never cease. Story 23: The Enigmatic Dollhouse. She always avoided going up there, but when the storm brought a leak in the roof, she had no other option. The attic loomed before her, a realm of forgotten treasures hidden beneath layers of dust and cobwebs. Amidst the shadows in the deepest corner sat an ancient dollhouse, its intricate details casting a mysterious aura. Tiny furniture meticulously arranged within, as if frozen in time. But as she peered closer, a shiver ran down her spine. The figures within were not dolls, but miniature replicas of her own family. Each tiny likeness positioned exactly as they were downstairs, except for one. The figure meant to be her stood by the attic door, a silent sentinel watching over the eerie scene. Rebecca Morgan hesitantly traced her finger along the roof of the dollhouse, feeling the indent where the miniature version of herself stood. A chill crept through her, unrelated to the cold draft whispering through the attic. This dollhouse didn't belong here. It wasn't from her childhood home, but a temporary abode her family had recently moved into. The unsettling discovery prompted Rebecca to reach out to the authorities, setting off a chain of events that would unravel a mystery beyond comprehension. Detective Sarah Harmon led the investigation, initially dismissing the family's distress as a mere prank or figment of imagination. However, the meticulous craftsmanship of the dollhouse figures left her unsettled. Each tiny representation captured intricate details of the family members, from the father's hairline to the mother's birthmark. The discovery of fingerprints on the dollhouse belonging to an unknown source signaled a more sinister reality. Further analysis revealed microscopic cameras hidden within the eyes of the miniature figures, all linked to a sophisticated surveillance system concealed beneath the dollhouse. The movements of the Morgan family had been meticulously recorded, mirroring their daily routines with alarming accuracy. It became evident that the intruder had not only been watching them, but studying them with an obsessive intensity. A concealed entrance in the basement, discovered behind a false pantry wall, unveiled a secret living space. Traces of habitation suggested someone had been dwelling beneath the unsuspecting family for weeks, leaving investigators baffled by the absence of forced entry. Property records revealed the house's prior vacancy following the deaths of its elderly owners, shedding light on a chilling tale of clandestine occupancy and manipulation. Digital forensics led the investigation to a modest apartment across town, belonging to Martin Wells, the son of the deceased homeowners. His obsession with the property and its inhabitants manifested in a haunting collection of surveillance materials and meticulously crafted dollhouses representing various homes in the neighborhood. Wells's delusional need for control stemmed from unresolved grief and financial strain, culminating in a disturbing facade of surveillance and possession. During interrogation, Wells maintained an eerie composure, justifying his actions as a means of safeguarding his childhood home from perceived disrespect. The dollhouse served as his twisted control center, a manifestation of his distorted reality where people were mere pawns in his elaborate game of observation and manipulation. The aftermath of the case left the Morgan family shattered, their sense of security shattered by the realization that they had unknowingly been under constant scrutiny. Wells faced multiple charges for his invasive acts, prompting a reevaluation of real estate regulations and privacy laws to prevent similar violations in the future. The judge's sentencing underscored the profound violation inflicted upon the Morgan family by Wells's insidious actions, emphasizing the importance of safeguarding individuals' privacy and sanctity of home. As the family sought solace in a new dwelling far from the haunted memories of their past residence, Rebecca couldn't shake the lingering fear of being watched. The specter of hidden eyes following her every move haunted her, prompting her to rid their new home of all reminders of the dollhouse and its chilling secrets. Despite the physical distance, the psychological scars of being reduced to mere playthings lingered, a constant reminder that somewhere, unseen eyes may still be orchestrating a sinister game of surveillance and control. Story 24, the gentle current whispered secrets as it carried the morning light across the glassy, still water. The lone fisherman, lost in his thoughts, almost missed the sight of a mysterious suitcase bobbing near the shore. At first glance, it seemed like a discarded heap of old clothes, but as he approached, a thick, cloying stench filled the air, unmistakable in its eerie presence. The suitcase, wrapped in chains with rusted edges, held a sinister mystery within. When the authorities managed to pry it open, they were met with a chilling sight: not clothes, but hair. Fingers frozen in a haunting grasp, and at the very bottom, a cryptic note that sent shivers down their spines. This isn't the first. Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, the air heavy with unanswered questions. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s named Catherine Walsh, lay before them, her dark hair and once pale skin now marked by the touch of water. The medical examiner worked diligently, capturing every detail before the body was solemnly removed. What struck Mercer most was not just the method of disposal, but the eerie care taken in preparing the victim's appearance: manicured nails, freshly styled hair, dressed in expensive attire. "She wasn't killed here," Mercer murmured, her gaze fixed on the rhythmic dance of the water against the muddy shore. She was arranged, presented. Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent known for her expertise in high-end properties, lived a seemingly impeccable life. Divorced, childless, residing in an upscale neighborhood, she was described as ambitious, meticulous, and fiercely private by her colleagues. Her disappearance was noted when she failed to show up for a crucial showing with affluent clients, a deal that would have secured her the biggest commission of her career. As the investigation unfolded, Walsh's meticulously kept home revealed a haunting perfection. Designer furniture meticulously arranged, surfaces pristine without a speck of dust. The fridge held neatly organized meals, labeled for each day, while her closet boasted clothes arranged by color and shoes protected in bags. However, a drawer slightly ajar in her home office led to the discovery of a leather-bound journal. The final entry sent shivers down Mercer's spine. He's watching again. The same car, different plates. Delving into Walsh's digital footprint revealed a pattern of unsettling emails from unknown sources, all repeating the same phrase, "I see your perfection." Mercer pieced together the chilling puzzle, connecting the dots between the meticulous crime scene and the disturbing messages. "Our killer is methodical," she confided in her partner. This was no crime of passion. It was a meticulously planned ritual. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source. A local pawn shop owner recognized Walsh's missing emerald necklace, leading to Michael Linden, a seemingly unremarkable maintenance worker. Surveillance footage unveiled Linden's frequent visits to Walsh's building, sometimes with his maintenance cart, other times without, always during her absence. A search of his modest apartment uncovered a chilling collection of photos of Walsh and other women, all sharing a striking resemblance, all captured without their knowledge. Some faces were ominously crossed out with red ink. Walsh was the third victim. Concealed behind a false wall in Linden's closet lay a shrine of eerie devotion. Personal items belonging to each victim meticulously arranged, a lock of hair, stained tissues, keys, receipts accompanied by detailed notebooks chronicling their daily lives, habits, and preferences. The interrogation room turned icy as Linden was brought in for questioning. His demeanor remained eerily calm as he confessed, his voice devoid of emotion. "They were flawed," he uttered flatly. "They pretended at perfection, but I saw through their facades. Catherine's desk drawer was always in disarray. Her lipstick never quite perfect. Her perfection was a lie." The search for the first two victims mentioned in Linden's note led investigators to remote locations where two more suitcases were discovered, each holding women resembling Walsh's successful real estate agents known for their meticulous attention to detail. During the trial, Linden sat motionless, his expression vacant, as the prosecution detailed his meticulous methods. Stalking his victims for months, learning their routines, infiltrating their lives, he believed he was correcting their imperfections, beautifying them before extinguishing their lives. As the judge pronounced a life sentence without parole, the families of the victims watched in silence, haunted by the chilling revelations. For Detective Mercer, the case was officially closed, yet lingering questions remained. What inner imperfection drove Linden to target these specific women? What darkness within himself was he attempting to erase through his twisted acts? The river continued its tranquil journey downstream, carrying away all traces of the grim events. But in Mercer's precinct, haunting reminders lingered, copies of those unsettling notebooks, a testament to the hidden shadows that lurk beneath seemingly ordinary lives. Sometimes the most perilous predators are those camouflaged in plain sight, patiently observing, awaiting the moment a flaw reveals itself. Story 25. In the heart of the Victorian-era home, Michael and Sarah Klein uncovered a mystery hidden behind peeling wallpaper. What began as a simple renovation project soon spiraled into a tale of chilling intrigue. As they carefully peeled away the layers, a name emerged from the depths of the wall: Alina Winters. The name repeated like a haunting echo, written in a frantic, uneven script that seemed to beckon them into a world of secrets. The discovery sent shivers down their spines. Who was Alina Winters, and why was her name etched into the very foundation of their new home? The internet search yielded a single result, a missing persons case from decades past. The woman in the old photograph bore a striking resemblance to the previous owner, Margaret Cavendish. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, Michael and Sarah found themselves drawn deeper into the mystery. They uncovered hidden truths and dark revelations that blurred the lines between past and present. The walls of their home became a canvas of desperation and deception, each layer telling a story of its own. Their curiosity turned to obsession as they delved into the history of the house and its enigmatic former owner. The more they uncovered, the more unsettling the truth became. Alina Winter's disappearance, the mysterious Margaret Cavendish, and the eerie connection between the two women painted a picture of a twisted fate that had long been buried. Forensic teams descended upon their home, turning it into a scene of intrigue and suspense. The walls that once stood silent now whispered tales of betrayal and tragedy. Hidden spaces revealed secrets that had been carefully guarded for years, each revelation bringing them closer to the truth that lay buried beneath the surface. And then the final revelation that shook them to the core. The truth behind the name on the wall, the tangled web of identities, and the chilling realization of what truly happened to Alina Winters. Rebecca Eldridge, a woman consumed by her own fractured mind, had taken on multiple personas in a desperate attempt to hold on to reality. As the investigation unfolded, the dark secrets of the past were unearthed, bringing justice to a long-forgotten tragedy. The walls that once surrounded Michael and Sarah now bore witness to a story of loss, obsession, and ultimately, redemption. And as they watched the final pieces of the puzzle fall into place, they knew that their home would forever be marked by the echoes of a past that refused to stay silent. Story 26. In a quiet town, a young woman embarked on the task of repainting the nursery in anticipation of her upcoming arrival. The walls, once adorned in a faded blue hue, now held the whispers of bygone years within their layers. As she carefully applied the first coat of white paint, a mysterious revelation unfolded. Letters, almost imperceptible at first, gradually emerged beneath the fresh paint, forming a cryptic message. Don't let it hear you. Her heart skipped a beat as she took a step back, her eyes widening in disbelief. There, imprinted in the still wet paint, were tiny handprints too high for any child to have reached. This peculiar discovery within the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the inception of what would later be dubbed the Whispering House case by investigators. The young couple, lured by the seemingly unbelievable price, had recently acquired the Victorian-style home, unaware of its shadowed past. Detective Sarah Klein, with a notebook clutched in hand, pressed the doorbell of the residence. A pregnant woman answered, her belly rounding beneath paint-splattered overalls, weariness evident in her eyes. She recounted the unsettling finding of the hidden message and handprints, her voice trembling with unease. The woman revealed that the previous owners had abruptly departed, leaving under the cloak of night with only essential belongings packed in their car, as the neighbors had recounted. Detective Klein, her footsteps echoing on the creaking floorboards of the historic home, made her way to the nursery. There she inspected the half-painted wall, the enigmatic message still visible where the painting had been abandoned. Beside it, 5 small handprints marked the wall, positioned at a height that defied logic. Returning to the precinct, Detective Klein delved into records concerning the property's history. The house had changed hands numerous times over the past 3 decades, with a suspiciously high turnover rate. More disconcerting were the reports of child welfare issues filed by 3 of the previous families. An ominous pattern began to emerge. Children spoke of whispers emanating from the walls and a presence watching them as they slept. Further investigation led the detective to unravel the enigmatic past of the house. once belonging to Eleanor Blackwood, a childless widow who had run a small orphanage from the property. The home bore a chilling secret. 5 children under Eleanor's care had vanished without a trace, their disappearance clouded in mystery and suspicion. A sealed room hidden behind the nursery wall, discovered after Eleanor's passing, housed remnants of the missing children's small shoes, toys, and clothing, but no remains were ever found. As Detective Klein delved deeper, interviewing former residents and scrutinizing historical documents, a harrowing pattern emerged. Families with children reported eerie incidents, moving toys, ghostly laughter, and inexplicable crayon drawings. Yet it was the recurring message found beneath layers of paint that chilled the detective to the core, a warning echoing through time. A breakthrough came when the detective persuaded the current homeowners to allow a scan of the basement floor. Anomalies detected beneath the concrete led to a grim revelation: 5 child-sized shapes buried beneath the surface. Upon excavation, the remains of 5 children were unearthed, each adorned with a pendant bearing their name, the orphans who had long been thought to have fled. In a final bid to uncover the truth, luminol was sprayed across the nursery walls. In the darkness, ghostly handprints glowed, a testament to the tragic fate of the children entombed within the house's walls. Eleanor's journals, retrieved from the depths of archives, exposed her sinister motives, a twisted belief in harnessing the life force of orphaned children to prolong her own existence. With the proper burial of the victims, justice was served, yet an eerie presence lingered within the confines of the house. Despite the demolition of the nursery walls, workers reported hearing spectral whispers emanating from the debris, a haunting reminder of the unresolved mysteries that shrouded the whispering house. The house, tainted by its dark history, stood empty and condemned, a chilling testament to the lingering echoes of the past that no fresh coat of paint could erase. And so the detective closed the case, a single photograph of glowing handprints serving as a haunting memento of the spectral imprint left behind, a story forever etched in the annals of the town's history. Story 27: The Enigmatic Manor. The new homeowners were intrigued by the peculiarities of their new abode, a stately Victorian manor enveloped by ancient oak trees. The intercom system, a relic from a bygone era, crackled mysteriously in the depths of the night, its origins a blend of antiquity and modernity. Daniel and Meredith Parker, enamored with history, had found themselves drawn to the property, despite the unease that lingered in the air during their initial walkthrough. One fateful night, curiosity tugged at the edges of the husband's mind, prompting him to press the button on the aged intercom. A faint whisper, tinged with a ghostly presence, crackled through the speaker, sending shivers down his spine. "Why did you come back?" the voice murmured, a question that pierced through the veil of time itself. Startled, he recoiled, his hands trembling, only to hear his wife's soft voice behind him, denying any utterance of those haunting words. The intercom, once a charming feature, now harbored a secret that beckoned to be unraveled. Detective Sarah Reeves, a seasoned investigator, arrived at the manor in response to a call that hinted at a mere break-in, but carried an undertone of something deeper, something elusive. The tall silhouette of Daniel Parker awaited her at the entrance, his demeanor betraying a pallor that spoke of unseen shadows haunting the halls within. As they ventured through the grand foyer, Daniel recounted the strange occurrences that had plagued them, static giving way to whispers, whispers evolving into coherent sentences that echoed through the silent corridors. His wife, Meredith, sat stoically in the living room, her grip on a steaming mug betraying her inner turmoil. In a moment of revelation, Meredith disclosed a hidden truth, a secret buried within the walls of their newfound sanctuary. Behind layers of plaster, concealed in a crypt of neglect, lay a small leather-bound journal that bore witness to a tragedy long forgotten. Detective Reeves, with gloved hands, carefully pored over the delicate pages of the journal, each word penned by a woman named Alina, the spectral echo of a past life intertwined with the present. Alina's words spoke of fear, of suspicion, of a looming threat that had cast a shadow over her days. The investigation unfurled a tale of deceit and darkness, revealing the enigmatic saga of Vincent and Alina Blackwood, the former owners of the manor. Vincent's sinister past came to light as the team unearthed the chilling truth buried beneath the concrete foundation, a skeleton, silent witness to a heinous crime of passion. Vincent Blackwood, now aged and frail, confessed to his sins with a chilling calmness that sent shivers down the detective's spine. His twisted narrative of deception and betrayal painted a portrait of a man consumed by a desire for solitude at any cost. The trial was swift, the verdict clear, Vincent's guilt etched in the annals of justice, a chapter closed on a dark legacy. Daniel and Meredith, burdened by the weight of history, bid farewell to the manor, its walls echoing with the whispers of the past. A memorial service held in the garden, where Alina's spirit lingered, marked a somber farewell to a soul long denied peace. The intercom, a conduit of echoes from beyond, was dismantled by the new owners, its static whispers fading into the recesses of memory. Detective Reeves, in a moment of quiet reflection, revisited the case file of the Blackwoods, the echoes of the past resonating in the stillness of the room. The manor, a silent witness to the sins of yesteryears, stood as a sentinel of time, its secrets laid bare by the relentless pursuit of truth. As she gazed upon the manor one final time, Detective Reeves felt a whisper of wind caress her cheek, carrying with it the echoes of a bygone era. The house that answered back, a legend whispered among the shadows, its mysteries veiled in the mists of time.